Welcome to another TikTok live stream with Dan Norton. I am here to promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. I do that through discussions and debates. This will likely be posted on YouTube as well, so welcome to my YouTube listeners who are hearing this later. All right, I see my first person in the chat, South Carolina Libertarian. Hello to you. I posted a video on my TikTok page since it was a clip from my last show, and it summarized my positions on all the things I have listed on my background. Somebody asked me to give short explanations of each thing on my background: Ayn Rand, capitalism, egoism, etc. So I did that. I uploaded a video to my TikTok page, about 10 minutes long, where I discuss each of the things on my background. So if you want to get a quick sketch of my reasons, you can check that out. See, we got some more people coming into the chat. Raphael says, stumbled into a gym. Okay, well, that's good to hear. I'm glad if you see my show as a gym. Nestor is also here. He says, USA and capitalism bad. Taxes and regulation are good. All right, well, we certainly, that gives us something to talk about. Maybe we can discuss that. Certainly have a different viewpoint. Sorry for my cough. I'm going to mute my mic when I cough. I'll try to do that. I got a cough drop here, so sorry if you hear that noise. South Carolina Libertarian says he saw my video where I explain each of my positions, and he says, I just ordered an Ayn Rand book. All right, that's good to hear. I'm glad if I helped motivate you to do that. That's exactly what I hope to accomplish here. Get people more interested in Ayn Rand. So that's good to hear. Now we got Nozick saying, I think all your views are backed up by self-interest. Well, I think they're backed up by what I think is true. If something makes sense to me, if it seems right, then I believe it. And I think it is in my self-interest to believe what is true. That means my mind is in touch with reality. It corresponds to the facts. Not that bad when you cough. Yeah, I hope not. I've got this mute button on my mic, which I haven't used it much in the past, but if I feel like I'm about to cough, maybe I'll remember to hit this button so you don't hear it. But you also might hear me sucking on the cough drops, and that can be annoying, and I'm sorry for that. I have an idea of how to get rid of the cough, but it takes a little while. Taxes is what comes with capitalism. No, taxes are anti-capitalism. Comrade Tito. Capitalism is a system of freedom, of non-coercion. And taxes coerce you. They force you to give up some of your money to the government. I'm against coercing people. How could you say Israel is good, but faith is bad? Israel is fundamentally based in faith. No, I don't think it is. I think it's a largely secular society. You have freedom of religion. It's not a theocracy like Iran. You can be an atheist, you can be a Jew, you can be a Muslim, you can be a Christian in the state of Israel, and you won't be persecuted. Jordan says, can I come up? Maybe. Sometimes I like to hold off on calls. I sometimes get more viewers when I just engage with the chat. So, and I do like to get a lot of viewers here. We got 45 people at the moment. And sometimes when I take a call, the viewers might go up, but they also might go down. So I'll consider it. Thanks for the likes. See some hearts going up. What would you like to discuss, Jordan? That could influence my decision. The topic you want to talk about. All right, Comrade V. That's weak. If you're just going to be insulting, then I'm not going to engage with you. I might, if you're going to be rude, you might get blocked or muted. There isn't anything essentially wrong with collectivism. Yeah, there is. It says there's something more important than yourself. I believe in individualism. I think the individual is the most important person, or you are the most important person. Why should something be more important than you? Could I ask, are you liberal? Well, it depends what you mean by liberal. I believe in liberty or freedom. So in that sense, I'm a liberal, but a lot of people who get called a liberal today, they support big government programs like Social Security and Medicare and welfare, public education. I'm against all of that. So if you mean what is typically meant by liberal in the U.S. today, no, I'm not a liberal in that sense, but I think it's unfortunate that people like that are associated with liberty, because all those big government programs require coercing people through taxation to fund them. All right, I'm going to take a screenshot here so I can keep track of the chat and see which ones were first, because I like to read all the chats, but usually I don't have time to read them all during the live stream. So I just want to have a benchmark, so later when I look at this, I'll see where the chat started. All right, where was I? Why is Israel good? Because it respects freedom and rights. So there's, someone says, bring me up. There's a couple ways you can incentivize me to bring you up. One is to have a lot of followers, because that will help me get a larger audience. And another way is to send me some money. I am trying to make money at this. So those are two ways you can incentivize me to take a call. Those aren't necessarily the only ways. Thanks for the rose, Jordan. If it just happens to be a topic I'm really interested in, then I might take the call. But yeah, so it depends on a variety of factors. How interesting is the topic? Will I get any money out of it? Will I get any bump in my audience out of it? I gotta increase the size of this text. It's kind of small. That's better. Why would you say subjectivism is bad? Because I think it's false. It's false that everything is just a matter of opinion. Like 1 + 1 is 2. That's not subjective. That's not just my subjective opinion. That's objectively true. Today is Sunday, where I am. That's objectively true. It's not just my opinion. All right, I'm going to skip ahead some. Looks like Jimmy Jambo's spreading some misinformation there about Ayn Rand. Do you think morality is objective? Yes, I do. Meaning it's based on facts. It's not just based on opinion. Like if I say eating food is good, I think that's objectively true. But that depends on the standard of good. You could ask, well, when you say eating food is good, Dan, by what standard do you mean it's good? I would say by the standard of life and your own happiness, your own life and your own happiness. That's the standard by which I say eating food is good. And I don't think there's a better standard. Excuse me. I think that's the only standard that makes sense. Ayn Rand talks about this in her article, The Objectivist Ethics, as well as in her novel, Atlas Shrugged. Life is the standard of value. Life is what gives rise to values. So I think life is the only thing that makes sense as a standard of value. And by that standard, I would say eating food is good. Many other things are good too, like being honest. I think that's good for your life and happiness. Being productive, like having a job or a career, that's good by the standard of life. Define faith and then explain why you view it as bad. I define it as belief without evidence. And it's bad to believe things without evidence. Like if I tell you that you should do whatever I say. If I tell you to give me $1,000, then you might ask me why. Why should I give you $1,000, Dan? And I say, just take it on faith that it's a good thing for you to do. Don't insist on any reasons or any evidence that it's a good thing. Just take me on faith. Well, is that a good thing for you to do? What if I tell you to walk off of a cliff or be a suicide bomber? And you say, why should I do that? Don't ask me why. Just take it on faith. It's good for you. Well, is that good for your own life and your own happiness? To just blindly follow what someone says? I don't think so. Somebody says free will isn't real. Can you explain your position on free will? Yeah, I think it's self-evident that we have control over ourselves. Doesn't it seem to you that you have control over yourself? Like it's not like when the doctor taps on your knee with the mallet and your leg kicks out involuntarily. That kick of your leg is involuntary. It's not under your control. But when I'm moving my hand right now, it's not like that. It feels like it is under my control. So human actions are under our control, and it's self-evident to us that we have control over at least some of our behavior. Like your heartbeat, that's an involuntary function. That happens without you even thinking about it. But other of your actions are under your control, and you can directly observe that. Why is altruism bad? Because there's no reason to put others ahead of yourself. What would be the reason for putting others ahead of yourself? Which is what altruism asks you to do. I say you're the most important person in your life. Thanks for the hearts. Thanks for the GG. PhD free sent GG. I don't know what that means, but it's some kind of gift, and you sent 7 of them. Also, thank you, Graph, for the roses. And the heart me. Thanks for the heart me. I appreciate that. I tried to set a goal in terms of gifts. I don't know if it worked, but I did try to set a live goal. Does that show up for anybody? Actually, I should be I should be able to check on my phone too. I've never tried that before. Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, looks like in the top it says 0 out of 1 for the gift goal, boxing gloves, which is worth 2,000 TikTok coins. And I chose that because I thought maybe $10 would be a good amount. And TikTok takes about 50% of any gift. So 50% of 2,000 TikTok coins is 1,000 TikTok coins, and that's worth about $10, right? So I didn't particularly want boxing gloves, but I was just looking for a gift that I would get about $10 from. Yesterday I live streamed on YouTube, and I made a lot of money. I made over $100. That was very unusual, but somebody paid me to do a review of a debate, and they gave me a lot of money to do that, which was great. And then I got some more money from super chats. So I'd also like to make money on TikTok. I get a lot more viewers over here on TikTok, but I tend to get more money on YouTube, at least so far. But I'm trying to change that and get more money from TikTok. Right now I've made 4 cents. From all my TikTok gifts so far, I've made 4 cents today. So it's a work in progress to figure out how to make money at this. Somebody said, let me up. Well, maybe if you give me some money, if you give me enough money, I'll let you up. People have paid me in the past. Somebody paid me $5 once to let them up. Another person paid me $10. So you can incentivize me that way. What are your thoughts on socialism? I think it's immoral because it's anti-individualism. It places something higher in importance than the individual, namely society. Oh, thanks for sharing the live, Figgleton. The individual is the most important thing. And socialism doesn't recognize that. I'll also mention PayPal I have PayPal in my bio, Dan Norton 11. That's my PayPal handle. And I actually get a larger percentage there. TikTok takes a 50% cut of any gift. PayPal only takes a 3% cut, so you get more bang for your buck if you send me PayPal. Bro, quit begging and tell us about your positions. Well, for one thing, I'm not begging, I'm trading. I'm not like a beggar on the street who just asks for money without giving anything in return. If I ask for money, it's because I give you something in return, like a chance to come up here and debate me or get more attention. So it's a win-win. It's not a one-way transaction. As for telling you about my positions, I will mention again, I said this earlier, I've got a video on my channel which I just posted. Someone asked me in the last live stream to give a quick answer or a quick reason for all my positions on my on my background, and I did that. So if you look at the latest video on my TikTok page, you can get a 10-minute explanation of all my positions. But I'll say more about them now. I don't mind duplicating my answers, but just want to mention that as a resource for anyone who wants me to explain all my positions in one place. Who is Ayn Rand? She's a novelist and a philosopher who wrote Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead. Those are her most famous books. And she developed a philosophy called objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, capitalism. Thanks for sharing the live, Oatmeal Boy. I see some people followed me. I got 4 new followers so far. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. I'll give priority to people who have sent me gifts to address their chat. So PhD Free, you sent me some gifts. Dergraf and Jordan. Right now, those are my gift senders. So if I see any chats from them, I'll give them priority. Did you see The Odyssey? No, haven't seen it. I've read the book. I like the book, but I haven't seen the movie. How is USA Israel good? They respect people's rights. Where would you rather live if you had to live somewhere in the Middle East? Which country? One of the dictatorships? A theocracy? Monarchy? Or Israel, which is none of those? The answer is clear to me. There's a smear from Scott. Smearing Ayn Rand. So many people try to smear her. If they actually confronted her views, then they would have to change their opinion. NBA GOAT debate. Don't want to get into that. I want to keep it focused on philosophy here. I do like basketball, though. That's probably the sport I like watching most. Why do people hate Ayn Rand? Maybe because she's a threat to their views. That might be at least why some people hate her. Looks like there's a distortion of the abortion position. All right, Tony, don't keep spamming that. If you keep typing the same thing over and over, you're going to get muted or blocked. How on earth is Israel good? It respects rights, like freedom of religion, freedom of speech. You're not going to get thrown in jail if you criticize the government. Abortion is a woman's medical decision, nothing more, says Huckleberry Jones. I don't think fetuses have rights. I don't think you have rights until you're born. Until then, you're a potential human, but you're not an actual human. Only actual humans have rights. And to be an actual human, you have to be an individual. And you're not an individual if you're growing on the inside of a woman. You haven't been individuated yet. Stop smacking your lips. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm sucking on a cough drop because I have a cough. So if I stop sucking on the cough drop, you're going to hear me coughing. Who was your favorite president and why? I'm not sure, but I'm going to have to go way back to list candidates for that. I don't like any recent presidents. I think I like the founding fathers, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abe Lincoln, who ended slavery. Thanks for the follow, Alton. Grover Cleveland, actually. I think he might have been the most laissez-faire capitalist president from the 1880s. And I might also mention Calvin Coolidge, who I think had problems, but also was, I think, relatively pro-free market. So those are the ones who at least come to mind as candidates for my favorite. Maybe I should also mention James Madison and John Adams, but all those are a far cry from what we've got now. I think the sort of people who run for president in my lifetime, I always see it as a choice of lesser of evils, not greater of goods. FDR? Oh, very bad, very bad. He advocated a great expansion for the role of government. Social Security began under FDR. That's a massive violation of individual rights. Forcing us to pay for others. Your life is not my responsibility. It's not my responsibility to pay for your retirement, which is what Social Security forces people to do. Your life is your own responsibility. It's immoral to force other people to pay for your life. Somebody she says, will you take my call? Can you accept my request? Can you offer me something in exchange? What do you want to talk about? User 1487 something? Do you know what AIPAC is? A little bit. They lobby for Israel. I don't know much about it. How about this? If someone gives me $1, I'll let you on for a minute. At least a minute. Maybe longer, but I'll give you at least a minute if somebody sends me $1. So far, I've only made 4 cents. Or if everybody collectively contributes, so all of you together make it go up to $1, then I'll take somebody's call for at least 1 minute. What's your Cash App? I don't have Cash App. I have PayPal. Dan Norton 11 is my PayPal. Mr. Norton, let's have a discussion about Israel and taxes and regulation. Oh, look at that. It went up to 28 cents. It was 4 cents for a long time, and then it jumped up to 28 cents. So some people are, maybe that's because some people are trying to get it up to $1, so I take a call. We all hear the mouth sounds and it's boring. All right, well, you can leave. If it's boring, you can leave. If the mouth sounds are too much for you to handle, you can leave. I'm sorry, I don't have a good solution. I have a cough. And if I don't suck on this cough drop, I'm going to start coughing, and that's going to be annoying. So I understand if you can't take it, but there's a solution available. You can leave. Or you can close your mouth. Well, if I'm talking, I can't close my mouth. I'm not a ventriloquist here. Oh, look at that. It went up to 62 cents. So I think some people want to hear a call. They're trying to get it up to $1. Anthony's sending, he sent a donut, multiple donuts, rose, finger, heart. Thank you, Anthony. Oh, now it's up to 90 cents. We're getting close. I just need 10 more cents and I'll take somebody's call for a minute. At least a minute. Anthony wants to call in. Were you the one who wanted to talk about Israel? It's at 90 cents right now. Yeah, faith is bad because it means belief without evidence. All right, it's at 98 cents. Anthony sent some more. See, this is a trade. Anthony, he gives me value. I'm going to give him some value. It's a win-win. Thanks for the follow, Uniontown, Pennsylvania today. Oh, there we go. It's $1. Okay. I'm going to let Anthony on for at least a minute. Oh, now it's $1.04. It went above. All right, here we go. Let's do at least a short call with Anthony.
Hello?
Well,
Okay, so my issue is, abortion. I mean, at least from the way it sounded, you said abortion at all 9 months.
yeah, I don't think it should be illegal at all before
Even when a
birth.
baby is viable, at 24 weeks.
Correct.
So you still, I'm saying, I just want to clarify, you think that's okay at 24 weeks, even when the baby is viable?
Yes.
What is your reasoning?
Because, well, for one thing, I wouldn't call it a baby. I would call it a fetus before birth. And I don't think it acquires rights until it is a human being. And I don't think it's a human being until it's born.
What about exiting the womb makes it a human being?
It becomes an individual at that point. And a human being is a type of individual, not a part. Like you are an individual. You're not a part of an individual, but when you're growing on the inside of someone, I think you're a part of the mother, not an individual.
I mean, but if you want to talk about like what makes somebody an individual, you wouldn't say consciousness. I'm personally pro-life, but I can understand a debate for up until consciousness, which is around 18 to 24 weeks is usually when the baby has supposed consciousness. But what makes it separating from the mother? You're saying that that makes it individual, but how does that give it human rights? I would say that specifically separating from the mother is what gives it human rights.
Well, it's not a human. To have human rights, you have to be a human, but I don't think you're a human unless you're an individual. And I don't think you're an individual unless you're physically separate.
Doesn't even agree with that. I mean, if you want to talk about, human, and I mean, even a zygote is still considered a human. It's a human zygote, It's
no, I don't think it's considered a human. It's a human. It's human in the adjective sense. Like it's not a frog zygote or a dolphin zygote. It's a human zygote. But human there is being used in an adjective sense to modify the noun zygote. It's not a human in the noun sense. Like if I say you're a human, I'm using human in a noun sense.
Okay. Okay, I understand that a little bit, but I will say that, separating from the mother is what, because you're saying that, it relies on the mother essentially. That's why it's not considered a human.
Well, not just that it relies on her. I mean, a baby, once it's born, it still relies on the mother, but it's not a part of the mother. It's not inside the mother growing attached to her uterus. It's been individuated yet. It's its own entity. It's a thing out in the world, whereas the fetus
I
is
mean, but
not.
it's still an entity. It's still something inside the womb, is it not? I mean, it's still individual inside the womb, even though
No,
you
well, I
could.
mean, there are different senses of the word individual, and in some sense of that term, yeah, it's an individual. But I don't. It's not an individual in the sense I'm talking about, where it's physically separate. Like if I
So
listed the things in my environment,
I,
like my
now
phone
this
is an individual, a rock is an individual.
Yeah, but just like a baby inside the womb, this is my question. So you're saying, essentially that a baby at 9 months, if it was, for some reason, if it was the mother's choice, which this doesn't happen a lot. This isn't, why I'm arguing against abortion. But say, at 1 week before the baby's viable, right? For some reason, a possibly psychopathic mother would want to terminate the pregnancy 1 week before, the due date. Would you be okay with that?
Not morally, if she's psychopathic, but I think
I mean, but
legally.
that would be the only reason you would say, like, if you're talking 9 months in, it's 1 week before the due date, no complications besides the fact that she doesn't want the baby. I feel like morally, no matter how you look at it, she might as well deliver it, and then, if she wants the baby gone, after that. But 9 months is the baby is 100% viable, has consciousness, can hear things, can feel things, you know, can live outside the womb. A baby up till 24 weeks can live outside the womb. So I don't know how you could say, like, yes, it is growing inside the mother, but a baby at 24 weeks can live outside of the womb.
Yeah, I don't take viability to be the relevant factor here, but I do want to move on here. I appreciate your call, but maybe I'll say a little more after you call. But I want to get back to the chat.
Okay.
Thanks for your donations. I appreciate it.
It's no problem. Have a good night. And you might not appreciate it, but God bless you.
All right. Okay. So let's see. Do I want to add anything? Yeah, I don't think viability is the relevant standard here. I think what matters is whether you are an individual, because to be a human being, you have to be an individual. I don't think you qualify as a human being unless you are individuated, which means you are physically separate from the mother. And only human beings have rights. So the fetus, I see it as a potential human being, but not as an actual human being. It becomes an actual human being once it's born. All right. Numbers are going back up. I saw the numbers dip down into the 40s at a certain point. So that's why I decided to end the call. If you can come on here and keep the numbers up, I'll keep you on probably. At least, yeah. I guess if you can keep the people here, then I'm more likely to keep you on. But sometimes the numbers go down when I take a call, and that's one thing I need to consider because I'm trying to do what's best here for the live stream. But anyways, I did give Anthony I think about 3 or 4 minutes for his contributions, and I appreciate your contributions, Anthony. Thank you again. You're the leading contributor for today. So if anybody else wants to contribute like Anthony did, I'll give you a chance to call. I'm at $1.04 right now. If I get up to $2, I will take another call for at least a minute, and I'll keep an eye on the numbers. So maybe if you can keep my audience numbers up while you're on the call, I'll keep you for longer than a minute. But that's the deal here. I want to make this beneficial for everybody, me as well as my audience. So I want it to be a win-win for everybody. Brian says I'd like to talk about capitalism. Okay. If you get me up to $2, then I can do at least a short call with you, Brian. I'm at $1.04 right now. At least you're honest, dude. Why would I not be honest? I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of. Pursuing profit, I think that's good. Now, many people have a negative view of that, but I don't. I think it's, if that's what you're talking about, pursuing a profit, I have no reason to hide that. I'm proud of pursuing my self-interest. I think everybody should pursue their self-interest. Thanks for sharing the live thoughts. These are some very conflicting views, says Troy. Why? Why do you think they're conflicting? I think rapists should be punished severely. In answer to somebody in the chat. Now here's somebody else who says, I agree with you 100%. Why do you say engagement bait? These are my positions. I believe them. What is good about abortion? It enables women to live happy lives. What if you're a woman and you don't want children and then you get pregnant? I don't think you should be, you can live a happier life if you could not be pregnant and not have children to worry about. And abortion helps make that happen. And fetuses don't have rights. That's my view. What's your view on naturalism? Well, I don't know what you mean by naturalism, but if you just mean the negation of supernaturalism, I like it. So if supernaturalism is the view that there's some world or being like God who exists beyond the power of the senses or beyond the power of reason to understand, then I reject that. I don't think there's good reason to reject reason and believe in something supernatural. So if naturalism just means following reason and evidence and logic, that's what I support. What do you mean by Israel and the U.S. are good? They respect freedom and rights. Some people are asking some strange questions in the chat. What's your opinion on modern racism? It's bad. Ayn Rand wrote an article on racism in 1963, I believe. She said it's the lowest form of collectivism. Racism is a type of collectivism. You judge people based on some group, some collective to which they belong. Rand was an individualist, not a collectivist. All right, that's gross. I'm going to mute you, Stoff, R. Stoff. Don't be gross in the chat. Okay, looks like somebody else needs to get muted. Maybe I'll just mute people silently instead of announcing I'm going to mute somebody. I don't know if I have any mods here, and sometimes I have to mod the chat myself. Where's my viewer list? Do you play video games? No. Been a long time since I played video games. Why is reason good? Because it's our means of survival. We're using technology right now to have this live stream. And this technology is a product of reason. Think of all the thinking and reasoning that was required to create the internet, to learn physics, the laws of physics and electronics. And now we have this amazing technology that it greatly enhances our lives. Medicine is a product of reason. Food, clothing, and shelter, products of reason. You have to figure out how to plant food, how to farm, how to weave cloth into clothing. So we survive by reason, unlike the animals who survive by instincts. Reason is our basic tool of survival. Thoughts on Nick Fuentes? Very bad. Very, very bad. Anti-Semitic racist, right? Thanks for following, McTuba. All right, there's a weak insult from K96261. No argument, just an insult. That's weak. Why are regulations bad? Because they coerce people. Like a seatbelt law, a law that requires car manufacturers to install seatbelts. That's a regulation. The government is forcing car manufacturers to put in seatbelts instead of leaving it to the voluntary choice of car manufacturers to put seatbelts in or not. Now, maybe they won't sell any cars if they don't have seatbelts, but that's their choice. It's their property. They're the ones who've invested money in building the cars. If they want to build some product that's not going to sell to anybody because they don't put in some obviously good features like seatbelts, then they can suffer the consequences. But people have a right to do things even if they're irrational. Like, should I stop you from going to church if you believe in church? Or if you believe in God, because I think it's irrational to believe in God? I say no. That's a violation of your rights. People have a right to make their own decisions as long as they're not inflicting force on others. That's what I think. Thoughts on on Mehdi Hassan? I'm not very familiar with him, but I don't get a good vibe. I don't get a good vibe from him. I get the vibe that he's anti-Israel, and I'm pro-Israel. Sorry, I need another cough drop. So you hear me coughing now. That's why I take these cough drops. Sorry, I forgot that. See, I turned off my mic so you didn't hear my coughing, and then I forgot to turn it back on. I was just saying that in reply to someone who asked me about Locke, John Locke, I said I do like Locke, his political philosophy. I think that may be the best part of his philosophy. I mean, I like that he's an empiricist as well. He thinks knowledge is based on sense experience, but he also he gets a lot of credit for discovering the concept of rights, which were implemented by the founding fathers in the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Those ideas helped create America, which is the most free country ever, up to that time at least. I'm going to mute someone here for the entire live. All right, I think I gave you a chance before and muted you for 5 minutes, but now you come back with another bad comment, so I'm going to mute you for the entire live. Locke's ideas helped create the freest country ever. Now, it wasn't perfect, the U.S. It had slavery, but it was recognized that slavery was not consistent with the founding principles of this country, namely that all men are created equal. So, true to the founding principles of the country, they got rid of slavery, and the country became even better. But I have a lot of respect for John Locke for his achievements in political philosophy. Israel is an apartheid state. I don't think so. You have equal rights whether you're a Jew, Muslim, Christian, atheist, man, woman, Arab, non-Arab. Now, they do give some preference to Jews, so they're not perfect, but it's not like a theocracy. There is gender apartheid. in other states in the areas, like where women are second-class citizens, forced to wear burqas, or they can't go out by themselves, they have to be chaperones. How could the U.S. improve? By being more consistent in respecting freedom, like by getting rid of regulations, all the regulatory agencies like the FDA, SEC, OSHA, etc. Getting rid of taxation. That's a violation of people's rights, forcing them under threat of jail to pay money to the government. Getting rid of the Federal Reserve, which can print fiat currency and steal the value of people's savings just by printing more money and causing inflation. Whoops. I unmuted someone. I intended to mute. I guess they were already muted. If you're just gross in the chat, you're going to get muted or blocked. Oh, Thought Flow is in the guest list. I was on a panel earlier today with Thought Flow was in there. What do you want to talk about? I want to hear him defend his views, but it never happens. Why do you say that? I defend my views all the time. That's what I'm here to do. I just posted a video on my TikTok page explaining why I hold all the positions I hold. You never have a guest on when I'm here? Okay. Well, maybe you just haven't joined at the right time. But it's wrong to conclude that it never happens that I defend my views just because it hasn't. And even when you're here, I defend my views. Maybe not on a call, but I at least defend my views when I'm engaging with the chat. Xiaomi. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't have a good vibe coming from you. I think I've seen some chats from you that make me hesitant to engage. Oh, Tolto is here. I was on his live stream earlier today. He says, let's do a three-way conversation with Dan Norton. I don't know, maybe. What would you like to discuss? My numbers went down into the 20s. Maybe it's because I started muting the people who were being rude or gross. I don't know. See that chat you just did right there, Xiaomi, that contributes to the bad vibe I have associated with you. It makes me less likely to want to engage with you. Capitalism versus statist socialism versus libsoc. Maybe because you don't engage. Every time I come in, I see like 70 plus, then drops into the 20s. Well, I'm always engaging. It's just sometimes I engage by chat, sometimes I engage by call. And sometimes when I engage by call, the number goes down. And when I go back to chat, it goes back up. So maybe if I take a call with Tolto and the number starts to go up, that'll incentivize me to continue on the call. But if the number goes down even further, then that incentivizes me to end the call. I see thought flows in the request list, as well as Dinkleton. Why defend Israel? Israel is an ethno-state which violates individual liberties. I don't think so. I think it's the best in the region at respecting individual liberties. You have more liberties there than anywhere else in the Middle East. Israel has freedom of religion. You can be a Jew, Muslim, Christian, atheist, and you won't be persecuted. So is it right to call it an ethno-state? They kill more journalists than any other country. Really? Is that... I'm very suspicious of that claim. Is that Hamas? Are the journalists actually Hamas? You have access to Google. Find out yourself. Yeah, I was thinking about Googling it. Maybe I will. children are killed as collateral damage. They are used as human shields by Hamas. All right, I'm going to Google, does Israel kill journalists? All right, I'll read part of this AI overview. Israel strictly restricts the movement of international journalists, generally banning them from entering Gaza. Reporting inside the territory largely relies on local Palestinian journalists who operate under severe risks and immense dangers. Media watchdog groups, including the Committee to Protect Journalists and Reporters Without Borders, consistently report hundreds of media worker casualties and ongoing targeted press killings by the IDF, alongside sweeping media reforms within Israel that have heightened pressure on independent journalists. Okay, well, media worker casualties, well, sounds like that might just be part of the cost of war. Not that they're being targeted for being journalists, but if you're reporting in Gaza and Israel is engaged in a war on Gaza, you run the risk of being killed. So is that all that's happening? I don't think Israel is just targeting journalists because they're journalists. Are you telling me there's evidence for that? International journalists face a near total ban from entering Gaza, making independent verification of events nearly impossible. That's in the Gaza Strip. In the West Bank, it says journalists face detainment without charge, intimidation by security forces, and harassment by Israeli settlers. All right, well, so far, I haven't seen anything that tells me Israel is targeting journalists. I've seen that they look like they're casualties, but I don't fault Israel for civilian casualties. I think that's just, unfortunately, part of what happens in a war. All right, I'm looking back at the chat. Do you think there is any such thing as a war crime under your worldview? I'm not sure. I mean, if you just murdered a child for no reason, like if you didn't think the child was a suicide bomber, like that does happen sometimes. I think sometimes children are used as suicide bombers. But if you have no reason to think a child's a threat and you just kill a child, I think that would be bad. I guess you could call it a crime. I don't know if it needs its own category as a war crime as opposed to just a crime, but They unalive innocent children. By dropping bombs to kill Hamas? Are these children used as human shields? They flattened the girls' school. On purpose? Was that the intent? If you're just citing cases where innocent people die, I don't think that shows that Israel is evil. That's just what happens in war, especially when you're fighting in a very densely populated place like Gaza, and your enemy is using innocent human beings as human shields. I disagree, Tolto. I think Israel cares much more about individual liberties than certainly the other countries surrounding it, but even compared to every country in the world, I think Israel does pretty well overall. Not perfect. I mean, it has a military draft. That's a violation of individual liberties. But I certainly wouldn't say Israel stands out for being bad at protecting individual liberties. Objectivist critique of Israel: it's a welfare state funded by American tax dollars. Well, I do think that's to the extent that it is funded by taxation. I oppose that. So it's not a perfect country, but it's also there's a lot of. It's called a startup nation. There's a lot of business and entrepreneurship there, which I think is a testament to the pro-business, pro-freedom atmosphere there. Like if you had no freedom to keep a large portion of your earnings, your profits, then I don't think people would be as incentivized to start businesses there. Israel is the most popular topic for my live stream on TikTok. Do you have any sources to back up your claims? Well, I've read a lot about Israel. I think the best book I've read is called What Justice Demands: America and the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict by Alon Giorno. I want to debate on capitalism in the talking booth. I think I saw a message from you earlier that rubbed me the wrong way, Dinklebooth, or Dinkleton. I forget what it was. Maybe something rude or disrespectful. Chow me, I already had a debate. Maybe you weren't here for that. All right, I'm going to mute you for saying that garbage. You got to suffer some consequences. He has no right to speak on my platform. So when you say your opinions, it's fine, but when other people do, it's bad? No, why would you say that? Do you remember why I said I'm hesitant to engage with you? Five sixer. A regulation involves coercion. I didn't coerce anyone. Choosing to not associate with someone does not mean you're coercing them. I didn't silence anyone for saying their opinions. I silenced people for being rude or disrespectful. And sometimes I only silence people temporarily. Like I'll mute them for 5 minutes, but then if they come back and they say more rude stuff, then at least in one case I silence someone for the entire life. Did you say anything rude or disrespectful before, Dinkleton? No? All right, well, I'm doubtful, but maybe I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'll take a chance on, I'll give you 1 minute. Right now I'm at 16 viewers. If the number goes down, then I'll end the call. I might end the call. But if it goes up or stays where it's at, I'm more likely to keep you on. But I'll give you at least 1 minute regardless. All right, here we go. 1 minute, at least 1 minute with Dinkleton. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
All right. I want to debate on leftism and capitalism. Why do you think capitalism is a good economic ideology?
Because it respects freedom.
Capitalism is inherently exploitative of the proletariat.
I don't buy it.
All right. So, a baker has $1 of ingredients, and these ingredients make a $3 loaf of bread. And the worker that operates them, how much value does that worker produce?
I don't know.
$2, because there's $1 of ingredients and the loaf of bread is $3. The worker produces $2 worth of that value. Now, if the
Surplus
capitalist
value?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't buy Marx's concept of surplus value.
But that's how it works.
Well, that's how Marx said it works. I don't agree with Marx. I don't think Marx recognizes the value of the human mind, which invented the oven, which is used to make the bread, which was responsible for creating the capital that the
Yeah, that's
business
embodied
creator
labor.
needed.
That's the embodied labor.
Okay. Well, Marx's whole framework, I think, is severely flawed. I don't think he thinks that capitalists or entrepreneurs are parasites, and the real value is created by manual or physical laborers. And
Well,
I think that's
the
just
real value
false.
is created by the workers.
Yeah, well, I disagree with that. If by workers you're excluding entrepreneurs,
The worker produces the value.
they produce some value. They don't produce all the value.
Is the capitalist going to the factory and getting their hands dirty? They aren't producing the value if they aren't.
Is that the only thing involved in producing wealth, getting your hands dirty in a factory?
Well, the capitalist wouldn't have wealth if it wasn't for the workers producing the value.
Who created the factory in the first place for the workers to work in?
Other workers.
Where was the money got to hire the workers who built the factory?
Other workers, because other workers produce produce labor.
Well, so workers only get money from other workers?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So what if maybe we should go to an island scenario? Let's say someone is alone on an island, and
Alright.
he builds a shelter for himself.
Uh-huh.
Did he exploit anybody to do that, or did he build it himself?
No, because he did it by himself and didn't have any, and he didn't exploit workers.
Okay. So there's no coercion or exploitation when it's just one person on an island.
No.
Okay. So let's now bring another person on the islands.
Uh-huh.
And let's say that they're both working to support themselves, and they both
If they both produce equal value of labor, then they each get equal value out of the house, to each according to their value, to each according to his need.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with that. Maybe we can talk
Why?
about that. But
Why don't you agree with each according to his value, to each according to his need?
I don't see any reason to regard need as a claim on value. Just because you need something, I don't think that makes you deserving. Like you need food to survive. Does that mean I owe you something? Do you have a claim on me because you have needs? Do I have to support your life because you have needs?
Well, you already technically do by paying taxes. You produce taxes to help homeless shelters. You already do that.
Well, I'm against that. I think that should be abolished because I don't think people have a claim on me.
So wait. So you don't like roads or infrastructure or any government building?
No, that doesn't follow at all. I benefit
But you
from
don't
roads.
like taxes. But you don't like taxes.
Yeah, because they override my judgment to how to spend my money.
So you don't like roads?
No, that's a non sequitur.
Taxes pay for roads.
Is the only way you can get roads through taxes?
Pretty much, yeah. That's the only way
No.
the government can.
No.
Well,
no.
if another worker if another worker creates a road, sure, that doesn't need taxes. But if you don't want to get out there, or someone else doesn't want to get out there, there's no roads. The government produces the roads.
There are such things as private roads.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Well, that means the government didn't produce all the roads.
They produce most of them.
Okay, but
do
you
drive
don't.
on a highway every day?
But you.
Do you drive on a highway?
But you asked
most
me.
days?
You said, "Does that mean you don't want roads?" Because I don't want taxes. So
Do you want to build a road yourself?
I'm happy to pay someone through a toll or maybe some other means to drive on their road. I'm not necessarily going to build it myself, but there's lots of things. I don't plant my own food. I buy it from the grocery store. I don't have to do everything myself, but that doesn't mean I want taxes. I want to trade with somebody. I want to create value. produce
Oh,
value, and
wait,
then
so you don't
trade.
want money? That's a really less leftist thought.
There's another non sequitur.
You said you want to trade.
Yeah, maybe through money.
All right. So I don't think this is going anywhere. Right? Again, can we go back to how capitalism is inherently exploitative of the worker?
No, we can go back to the island though.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's go back to the island.
All right, so there's two people,
Yep.
and I don't think there's any exploitation if they're both.
Well, if one of them is doing all the work and one of them is sitting around drinking coconut water, then yeah, there is exploitation if they're still getting their needs out of the house. Yeah, that is exploitation.
If they're both living on their own, let's say they split the island in half and each is on his own half of the island, and they're not having any interaction, and they both work as much as they want to work to provide for their own needs, there's no exploitation, as I see
Yeah,
it.
because one of them doesn't own the means of production. One of
All right.
them isn't the bourgeoisie.
Okay, you're bringing in some concepts here, which I think are maybe premature if they deserve to be brought in at all. You brought in the bourgeoisie, and we're talking
Yeah, the
about an island
bourgeoisie
with two
owns it.
people. I think you're trying to bring in some concepts that don't apply.
Okay. If one of them doesn't do any work and still gets their equity out of the house, then they are the bourgeoisie. They don't do anything that they get the value out of the worker.
Okay, do we need to bring in this concept of bourgeoisie? Doesn't that mean like middle class or something? How would you
No,
define
bourgeoisie
bourgeoisie?
is the upper class. In the capitalistic society, the bourgeoisie owns the means of production.
Okay, that's another term, means of production. That's I think is a key term, and maybe we should talk about it.
Okay, sure.
But if we have two people on an island, and you're going to talk about the bourgeoisie, and you mean by that upper class, I don't think that
Yeah.
really makes sense. Do you have an
Why
upper
not?
class in an island with two people?
Well, if one of them doesn't do any work and still gets their value out of the island or the other person, yeah, then they are exploitative.
If one doesn't do any work and they still get value
Yeah,
out of the other?
exploiting the other person.
Well, I didn't say there was any interaction. I said they were both
Oh, okay. If
on.
there's no interaction, and then the other person that doesn't do anything will no longer be living. They will not have. They will not have any value, so they don't get anything.
Okay, I don't know why you're saying that. I said they were both on their own island, just surviving on their own independently.
Yeah, yeah. But
S-
he doesn't produce any value, so.
Well, you're introducing that. Why are you saying that?
Okay. So what I was thinking is one person does work, and on the other island, the other person doesn't do work.
Okay,
So
well, that's a
one.
different scenario. That's not what I.
Okay, so if they both produce stuff and they both make houses and they both produce value, then yeah, they produce their own value. They own the means of production. They are the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Okay, that seems pretty wild to me. And I think this might be a good opportunity to make the point that I think Marxism might be a kind of religion where you have this whole apparatus of concepts and you just impose it onto this scenario where it's not at all clear that it makes any sense at all, but you kind of try to shoehorn in this
How does it not make any
very,
sense?
very different situation into the Marxist terminology.
But
And
how does it not make any sense? Because they both produce each according to their value, each according to his need. That isn't Marxist. That is an angle.
the whole thinking in terms of dictatorship of the proletariat, when we're talking about two people on an island, it just seems bizarre. They're just
But
surviving independently, and you're bringing in
yeah,
a
yeah,
dictatorship of
but
the
they both
proletariat.
yeah, but they both own the means of production. They are the means of production, and they own the means of production because they own their own body. Correct?
Um, the means of production. Well, you just said the body is the means of production, or you imply that by saying they own their own body.
Yeah,
You say
because
okay. So what
they
I
are the
think
one.
that's missing is the point that the minds is the means of production, the fundamental means, not the body. The body implements the instructions of the minds. So if
The
you
mind cannot produce anything without the body.
okay, well that's a different point. The point is that the mind is fundamental, not that the body is unnecessary. The mind instructs the body on what to do. My body doesn't know what to do unless the mind tells it what to do. It doesn't act on its own.
But what that isn't what I was saying. I'm saying that they are the worker. They're the proletariat. They own the means of production. The dictatorship of the proletariat is when the
Uh,
worker owns the means of production.
I think we got to leave dictatorship of the proletariat behind. That's yeah, that's it. Just is not relevant. It just I'm getting the religious vibe from this.
Okay, but it's not a religion. It explains it pretty clearly in Engels and Marx books.
I think it's super unclear. But yeah, I think maybe we should just pause here. I do thank you for your call, but I'm gonna go back to the chat. Thanks for coming on.
All right, I still think I won, but yeah.
Okay. Also, his last comment, I still think I won. Um, I don't think that's a good focus. Like the concern, I think, should be with getting at the truth, not trying to win a debate. And I guess he felt the need to slip that in before he left because that's important to him. Now, if I had to say who won, I wouldn't say he won. I thought his concepts are pretty. It was very forced and unclear what the relevance of bringing in dictatorship of the proletariat was in the bourgeoisie into a case where we're talking about two people on an island. So I think even if there's no rational justification for applying these concepts in this context, if you still want to apply them nevertheless, that tells me you're kind of you're thinking in a kind of doctrinaire religious way. So I think maybe I just wanted to pause on that point and let that sink in. All right. What next? I think he won, but is ultimately wrong. Who is he? Me or the caller? Oh, the caller. Why do you think the caller won? Thoughtflow says if you step into someone else's meaning of the words to understand dot dot dot. Ooh, that's interesting. Since capitalism is all about competition. It's all about freedom. Competition is not the essence of capitalism. Mute? Oh, you wanted me to mute? Because I was unwrapping the cough drop? All right. You want to be disrespectful in the chat now, Dinkleton? You said LeMayo, you don't even understand your own economic ideology. Well, why the LeMayo? Is it respectful to laugh at someone? It's how you type. Well, you can change how you type. And maybe you're the one who doesn't understand. How far can I scroll back? I like to capture the chat. Can I scroll to the beginning? I don't think so. Oh, but on this other window, maybe I can scroll to the beginning. Oh, I just lost it. I lost the beginning. Who else we have here? Got 11 people here now. Okay, found my list. Abby, Thoughtflow, Dinkleton, Telos, KD, Philosopher Boda, Gabe, and Dan Conian, and Rickenho. I'll give priority to people who are here live, who I haven't already engaged with some. Oh, Anthony sent some roses. Oh, he was the one who did it before when I took my first call. Oh, thanks for sharing the live, Kareem. Thanks for the follow. Wally West Coast. I take the essence of capitalism to be respecting people's rights, which means not coercing people. Not initiating force against people. And there is no right to compete. I mean, you can try, but there's no right to succeed as a competitor. If I try to compete with Pizza Hut producing pizzas, I'm not going to succeed, at least on the scale that they do. Maybe I can start a small pizza restaurant of my own, but I don't have a right to compete against Pizza Hut in the way that Domino's or Papa John's does and have like a significant market share. I should have the freedom to try, but my rights are not violated if I don't succeed. All right, how am I going to get my numbers back up? Restarting might work. That's true. That does help sometimes. Thanks for that suggestion. Maybe I'll do that. Last time I live streamed, I maintained much higher numbers. I think the average was in the 50s or 60s. And I was up there for a little while today, but it certainly hasn't been the average. And I'm not sure what the difference is between my approach this time and last time. So maybe I just got lucky last time, or maybe people are just busy at this time of day or this day of the week. I don't know. It's hard to figure out. But maybe, maybe I will try to restart. Yeah, I think I will do that. I like that idea, Telos. But before I restart, I'm going to copy the chat, or at least as much of it as I can. I don't think all of it got preserved, but I'm going to start up Zoom and then turn on screen sharing and then share my TikTok Live studio window with Zoom and then record it in Zoom, and then I'll be able to watch it later. Because I like to see what people say, but I don't have time to read all the chats during the live stream. So I'm firing up Zoom right now. And share, here we go. Actually, I might also try to copy the chat in another window, which might have more chats than I have in my TikTok live studio. Okay. Now I just got to record to the cloud. Okay, it's now recording. And this is just for my personal use. When I usually post these TikTok live streams on YouTube later, but it doesn't keep the chat. So I'm just recording this for my own use. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Keeps jumping down. When people type new chats, it makes the chat lurch forward, and then I have to go back to the beginning. I don't want to ask you all to stop chatting, but that might be the only way for me to successfully record the chat. Maybe I can do it in nah, that's not going to work. I'm trying a new method of scrolling, which so far is working. Why does it do that? Sometimes when I scroll, the window starts to minimize, and that interferes with what I'm trying to do here. Okay. I think I've got about 15% through the chat. I used to record during the live stream from Zoom, but I found that when I did that, it would mess up my audio settings sometimes. So instead of having Zoom record the whole time, I'm just now turning Zoom on at the end of the live stream. Okay, I think I'm about 30% through the chat. The most people I ever had was 280 something. That's when I did a debate with Facts Still Matter. That was his name. He was some kind of leftist progressive, I think. That was on July 4th. I made $1.04 today. All right, I think I'm over halfway done. Oh, looks like my picture got darker. I can turn my light on, but not in the middle of scrolling. Are you a libertarian? No. I just scrolled past the chat where someone asked if I'm if I'm a libertarian. No, I'm an objectivist. Libertarians, they are often anti-state, anti-government, pro-anarchy, which I am not. Thoughts on Nick Shirley? I don't have thoughts on him. I'm not familiar with him. I've heard the name, but I don't recall what he is known for. Didn't see any mods today. That happens sometimes. None of my mods show up. Maybe that helped me have more viewers last time. My mod Bree was here. Genocide. I think that's a smear of Israel when people say they're engaged in a genocide. I just saw that in somebody's chat. I'm about 80% done. Hopefully I didn't lose my power here. Maybe that's the reason my light went out. So I guess if I lost my power, then maybe I won't restart the live. I'm just running on batteries right now. But if my power is working, then I will more likely restart the live. Okay, I just got to the end. Let's see, do I want to record? Actually, now let me... Oh, yeah. My power is working, so... Why am I so dark? Oh, I guess okay, see, now I'm lighter again. Okay, I found one other window I want to scroll through, but so you can watch TikTok on your laptop in a browser window, or if you're the creator, you can watch it in what's called TikTok Live Studio. And I just scrolled through the chat in TikTok Live Studio. Now I'm scrolling through it in the browser window, but it's much shorter because the chat in the browser refreshes sometimes, and when it refreshes, it eliminates a lot of the old chats, so it just has the most recent chats. So I'm already over halfway through scrolling through the browser version of the chat, but it might be easier to read. That's why I'm also scrolling through it and recording it in Zoom. Should be done in about 10 seconds. Okay, that is all recorded now. So last chats were from ThoughtFlow. Another day, another $1.04. Well, that's how much I earned today. Hopefully I'll get more in the future. All right, let's see. Do I want to, yeah, I think I will try to restart the live and give it at least one more chance today. Hopefully I'll get a more sustained large audience. But thanks everyone for being here during this part. Thanks for your gifts, your follows, your likes, etc. And maybe I'll see you in several minutes when I restart the live. All right, I'm going to stop my Zoom recording. All right, see you soon. Maybe, if you're there. Welcome to part 2 of my TikTok live stream from July 26th, 2026. I did a live stream earlier today for a couple hours and took a couple calls and engaged a lot with the chat. But I decided to restart the live stream to see if that would help me get more viewers. Sometimes that does help a lot. I think I got up into the 70s in my earlier live stream today, and I was up there for a while, but then it dipped down into the teens, and I said, what can I do to get my numbers back up? And then somebody said, oh, try restarting the live stream. And I thought that was a good idea. I had forgotten about that option, but that's what I'm doing right now. Restarted the live stream, so we'll see if it helps. Got one person here so far in the chat. Perky. He says thoughts PN. I don't know what that means. What does thoughts PN mean? Why are taxes bad? Because they involve coercing people. Shouldn't you have a right to your own money? Why should the government be able to threaten you with jail unless you give them some of your money? You earned it. We got some more chats coming in now. The tongue cubed says something. A few things. He says Palestine started a war and then cried about the retaliation. The infrastructure you use is built by the government. What do you mean, the internet? It shouldn't have been. That's not the proper role of the government. The role of the government is to protect people from force, which it does with police and military. It's not the job of the government to build the internet or build roads or pay for schooling, public schools, food. All that should be private. What do you think about illegal immigration? I think it's unfortunate that people have to resort to that instead of, if we had a much better immigration system, people would immigrate legally. The reason there's so much illegal immigration to the United States is because we have a very bad legal immigration system. It takes years and lots of money and to get around that. People do it illegally. It used to be much, much easier back in the 19th century. You just come here and you're in. It's not some super arduous process you have to go through. So we have immigration laws right now that restrict people's rights, limit their freedom, and those laws should be repealed, and immigration should be much easier. Well, numbers are already back up to it says 51 right now. So restarting the stream helped. That definitely helps get the numbers back up. Thanks everyone for coming by. All right. Why is abortion good? Because it enables people, women in particular, to live happy lives. If you're a woman who doesn't want children, then abortion helps you live the kind of life you desire. A life without children. At least temporarily. Maybe you want children later, but at least right now, maybe you don't want children, and abortion helps you get that. And fetuses don't have rights. That's my view. So the woman's rights are all that is relevant here when it comes to abortion. USA is good. Thanks, Dan, says Little Scoop. Well, you're welcome. Yeah, USA is good. Okay, I'm looking for the next chat I want to address. Looking for a good one. One way you can increase the chances that I engage with your chat is by sending me some gifts. I am trying to make money at this. Dan, were you a fetus? Yeah, I was. Before I was a human being, I was a fetus. I was a potential human being at that point, but not an actual human being. I became an actual human being once I was born. How are you atheist and pro-Israel? What's the conflict there? Do you think Israel is Jewish, a Jewish state? Israel has freedom of religion. You can be an atheist, you can be a Jew, you can be a Muslim, a Christian, and you won't be persecuted. So I think Israel is largely a secular state. It's not a theocracy like Iran. How is Israel good? It protects freedom and rights. Like I just said, freedom of religion, freedom of speech. You can criticize the government and not be jailed. You can be gay and not be jailed. You can be a woman and not be forced to wear a burqa, or forced to have a chaperone every time you go out, forced to get the permission of your male relatives to do whatever you want to do. There are objective values / morals. Yeah, I think so. But what does objective mean there? Values and morals based on the facts of reality? Yeah, I think there are those. Like food is an objective value. I need that to survive. It's not just my opinion. If it were just my opinion that food is a value, not based on facts about my nature, then it would be, well, if it were just based on my feelings rather than based on facts about human nature, then it would be subjective. But I don't think that is the case when I say food is a value. There's more I could say about that, and maybe I will, but I'm trying to be brief right now so I can engage with more chats. Can you add mouse sounds to the list of bad? Yeah. I'm sorry for the mouse sounds. I'm sucking on a cough drop because I have a cough. And if I don't suck on the cough drop, you won't hear the mouse sounds from sucking on the cough drop, but then you'll start hearing me cough. So it's a lesser of evils option. I have an idea for how to get rid of the cough. I got to get some prescription medication, but it takes a little while for me to get that. Actually, if we had a more free healthcare system, maybe I would be able to get the medicine without a prescription much sooner. So maybe there's a case to be made for our healthcare industry is too regulated. It's much too difficult and complex to get certain things done. If you need to see a doctor or get a medication, I think it should be easier than it is. And if we didn't have so many regulations, I think it would be easier. See, now the numbers are up into the 90s. That's great. I'm really glad I restarted the stream. I don't think it got that high earlier today when I streamed. I don't know. It's hard to explain it. Like why sometimes it does really well. But I'm going to enjoy it while I got it. How is abortion and atheism good, but faith is bad? Faith means believing things without evidence, and that's bad to do. Should you believe things without evidence? What if I tell you it's good to give all your money away to me? And you say, why should I do that? And I say, don't ask me why. Just take me on faith that it's good for you to do. Is that in your interest? To just blindly follow orders? Take people on faith? I think that's very bad for you to do. Most rage bait post ever. Maybe I should take that as a compliment. I did try to design a background that was engaging. And I think it is very engaging. People have a lot of opinions on it. I posted a video giving a very brief explanation of all the topics on my background. So if you see the latest video on my TikTok profile, you can watch a 10-minute video where I explain briefly all the positions I have on my background. Faith doesn't mean that. Look up St. Thomas's definition in the Contra Gentiles. I think it does mean that. There are different definitions of faith, but I think the relevant one, when I say faith is bad, is belief without evidence. That is one definition of faith. It's not rage bait. I'm not trying to get anyone enraged. I'm stating my opinions. That's what I believe. If it enrages you, well, I guess that says something about your opinions. You strongly disagree. But some people, they come on here and they agree with a lot of what I say. Sometimes people say they agree with all the positions. So it's not rage bait for them. Maybe it's rage bait for you in your mind, but I think whether you agree or disagree, I'm not trying to get people enraged. I am trying to be provocative, but I think rage bait often is taken to mean it's just to get people riled up, not for any good reason. But I think I have good reasons for all the positions, and these are important issues I want to debate. I'm not just trying to get people riled up as an end in itself. That's not the point. I don't want to just piss people off for no reason. My join request, somebody says they requested. Oh yeah, I see you in there. But I'm not going to take calls right now. Maybe I will later. Because calls often, I don't get as much engagement as when I engage with the chat. Sometimes that makes my numbers go down. And right now I'm doing really well. We're up into 116. That's great. So I want to, and when I stick with the chat, I get to engage with more people. And I think a lot of people like that. Instead of just engaging with one person on a call who may or may not be interesting to the audience, I get to engage with a lot of different people if I engage with the chat. Somebody says, good list, Dan. Thanks, Mattheolonda. See, there's someone for whom my list was not rage bait. He says the list is good. Explain atheism. It means the belief that there is no God, or at least the lack of a belief in God. And I don't think there is evidence for a God. If a God is like the God of Christianity, who's supposed to be all-powerful and can work miracles like part the Red Sea or make someone rise from the dead, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Maybe that's something you have to take on faith. Explain Israel. What makes Israel good? It respects freedom and rights. You can go there and live a life in pursuit of your own happiness. The government will not interfere with your attempt to do that, at least for the most part. Now, if you invade Israel and try to slaughter innocent people like happened on October 7th, then you're going to put a target on yourself and get attacked. But as long as you are respecting people's rights, the government will, for the most part, leave you alone. Only if you're Muslim, then it will what? No, you can be as Muslim, and your rights will be respected. Probably better in Israel than in the other countries around Israel. They got some Muslims in the Israel parliament, right? The Knesset. It doesn't matter if you're a Jew, Arab, Muslim, Christian, your rights are, for the most part, equal in Israel. Solid list, says DC Sox fan. Taxes are just bad in general. Yeah, because they involve coercing people. Coercing people to give money to the government under threat of jail. Altruism is bad because it means placing someone else above yourself. Saying someone else is more important than you are. Why should anyone else be more important than you are to you? I say you're the most important person for you, and I'm the most important person for me. Why not believe that? I agree with your list for the most part, says Holden. Thanks for the follow, DC Sox fan. Thanks for sharing the live. 9X Cam. Gilded Grapes says Ayn Rand, and then points a finger at me. And then a laughing, crying emoji. I don't know why you do that. You're cool, Dan Norton, says Shawnee Gershon. Thank you. How would you sustain capitalism without taxes? Through voluntary means. Donations, lotteries are two examples. And it would be much easier to sustain if we didn't have massive government programs like Social Security and Medicare, which cost hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars. So if we scaled government way back compared to the size it is today, there would be much less funding necessary to sustain it. All you would have to fund is police, military, and courts. That's all that the government should be doing, in my view. And it's clearly in people's interest to fund those things. Don't you want police and a military and a court system? So we don't have robbers, rapers, schmurderers running around the streets. It's in your interest to fund them. What's your nuanced reasoning for abortion being good? Fetuses aren't human beings. They don't have rights. But abortion is good because it allows women to live the kind of life they choose to live. Like a life without children. If a woman wants that, abortion might help her get that. If she gets pregnant and she doesn't want children, abortion helps her live the kind of life she wants. And she's not interfering with anyone's rights by getting an abortion, because I don't think a fetus has rights. It's not a human being until it's born. Anarcho-capitalism or libertarianism? Neither. I reject anarchy. And libertarians often are anti-state or anti-government, which I'm not. I'm in favor of a government. I just think the government should be limited in its function to the ones I mentioned a minute ago: police, military, and courts. Are you Jewish? Does it matter? How is faith bad? It means belief without evidence. It's bad to believe things without evidence. It's bad to just take things on faith. You should only take things if they make logical sense. You like America, correct? Yeah, I do. It respects people's rights. Not perfectly. And I'm trying to fix the imperfections by having discussions like this. Like, one of the imperfections in America is that it has taxes and regulations. Zionist. Oh, you're back here. You were here before. I think I saw some chats from you that gave me a bad vibe. Perhaps some disrespectful chats. Excuse me. No, I'm not a libertarian. I'm an objectivist. Objectivism is the name of Ayn Rand's philosophy. That's the philosophy I follow. Why do you believe in free will over biological determinism? Because I think there's no evidence for biological determinism, and there is evidence for free will. Do I have any gifts yet? No, I don't have any gifts yet. If you want me to give priority to your chat, you can send me some gifts. I have way more chats than I can engage with here. So I just have to pick and choose. But if you want to send me some gifts, I will give priority to your chats. I am trying to make some money at this. Israel respects rights. That's why it's good. Of course he wants gifts. Yeah, I do. I want money. Is there something wrong with that? I'm providing you with value by doing this live stream. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You're getting some value from it, so why shouldn't I get some value from it? I mean, I do get value even if I'm not getting money. I do like spreading Ayn Rand's ideas, but I also like to get paid to do it. I get more value that way. All right. You're asking questions that are too personal there. I don't think I want to answer some of these. At least your lists aren't down party lines. That's refreshing. Ayn Rand had, she didn't fit into the conventional categories like Democrat or Republican. She had novel takes on many issues, and I think you see that reflected in the kind of list on my background. Thanks for sharing the live, Carter. No, I'm not registered to any political party. What were you before an objectivist? I don't know. I didn't have a... I don't know if there's some label that would do a good job of capturing what I was. I'd say I was always pretty secular, not religious, although I think I was influenced by religion and altruism, at least to some extent. Like, I thought it was good to engage in community service, and I actually did that a little bit around the time I was in high school, but not for self-interested reasons. I thought I had some moral duty to do that. So that's a way in which I think I was influenced by religion, the idea that you owe service to others. But then, shortly after I did that community service, I read Ayn Rand and her ideas about egoism, and it made a lot of sense to me. So then I stopped doing the community service. I mean, if you're doing it for self-interested reasons, I think it's fine, but that wasn't the reason I was doing it. So I stopped. I just think this guy is a free thinker, and I respect that. Thanks, Pickle. Only reading out what will big up your ego. Yeah. What do you want me to do? Also read the insults? I am here to advance my self-interest. So I'm not sure it's in my interest to read out insults. Maybe if you pay me, I'll read out your insult. Accept my request. If you give me $1, I'll accept your request for 1 minute. How about that? Right now I've made 0 money today. But if I make $1, either from you or from everybody combined, then I'll take somebody's call for 1 minute. Sorry for the mouth noises. I need another cough drop. Pro-Israel, but anti-Trump. That's right. I wish Trump would not pressure Israel to engage in ceasefires. I would like Israel to just finish off its enemies once and for all. So I don't think Trump is a good ally for Israel. Thanks for the roses, Crazy 8 Fitness. I think a good ally for Israel would encourage them to wipe out its enemies. And I actually wish Israel would be more strong and not bow to pressure when they are pressured to engage in ceasefires against Hamas. I wish Israel would just take out Hamas once and for all. Many years ago, long before October 7th, if they had done that, there wouldn't have been an October 7th. And all the death that followed it. All right, I'm up to 1 cent now. Thanks to the roses from Crazy 8 Fitness, I've earned 1 cent. I'll give some... Crazy 8 Fitness, I'm going to address your chat because you sent me roses. You say October 7th was no, but the Israel government... All right, I think maybe you didn't finish that sentence. Accept my request. I need to get up to $1. Right now it's at 30 cents. Riz sent a rose. 70 roses. Thank you. Maybe that's what made it go up to 30 cents. So far I got roses from Crazy 8 Fitness and Riz. All right, it's up to 40 cents now. Well, TikTok takes out 50%, and there's sometimes fees on top of that. So on my end, it says I have 46 cents right now. So the amount you pay is going to be greater than the amount I receive. But if I get up to $1, I'll take a call for 1 minute. Maybe more, we'll see. But I'll give you at least a minute. All right, it's up to 61 cents now. Someone's asking if I'm Jewish. Why does it matter? All right, I'm in 60 viewers right now. Thanks for being here, everybody. We'll see what happens to the numbers. Sometimes I tell people you can stay on if it makes my numbers go up, or at least stay the same. But if my numbers start to go down, then I'm going to have to end the call. All right, it's up to 75 cents. I guess some people want to hear a call. Crazy sending a lot of roses. What do you want to talk about, Crazy? If you don't like taxes, what about when you're old and you need Social Security? Well, I should plan for my own retirement. I believe in personal responsibility. It's not other people's responsibility to provide for me in my retirement. That's my responsibility. I need to save up when I'm young if I want to retire later. Maybe I don't want to retire. Maybe I want to work forever. Maybe I love my job. If I can make enough money live streaming, maybe I just live stream my whole life. That sounds pretty good, actually. But if you do want to retire and stop working at some point, it's your responsibility to provide for yourself. Not force others to pay for you. And the government is just, you're outsourcing the dirty work to the government instead of you coming up to other people and threatening them with physical force if you support a program like Social Security. Oh, it's over $1 now. Okay, it's up to $1.09. All right, I'm going to take a call now from Crazy 8 Fitness. All right, at least for 1 minute. We'll see how it goes. Right now I'm at 64 viewers. So if my numbers drop below like 55, then I might have to end the call. But we'll see how it goes. All right, at least a minute. Here we go. Hello.
Hello. How you doing, sir?
All right, what would you like to discuss?
So I see in the good section you have Israel and atheism. Those are the main ones I'm against that I think would be bad. And then Trump is correct. He's in the bad. So why do you think Israel is good? Let's start with that.
Because it respects people's freedom and rights.
So it respects people's freedom and rights. Don't most countries already provide that? U.S., so many countries have freedom. What exactly is freedom?
Freedom is the absence of coercion. Like, you're not forced to be a certain religion. You can be a Jew, you can be a Muslim.
Yeah, no,
atheist.
What do you mean? America has freedom of religion. So many different countries do. Saudi Arabia,
Yeah.
Russia, Europe. Everybody has freedom.
Well, no, not everybody.
Yeah,
not everybody.
Can you name one country that doesn't have freedom of religion, that doesn't allow people to express their own religion?
Well, I think in many of the countries surrounding Israel, it's not safe to be Jewish.
No, actually, in Iran, the country that America is being funded by, you say Trump's bad, but he's supporting Israel to the T. He's literally taking our tax dollars to bomb Iran. Iran has so many Jews and Christians. The USA and Israel literally bombed Iran. They bombed a synagogue in Iran. There's Jews in Iran. There's Christians. Half of 40% of Lebanon is Christian. Egypt is 30% Christian. There's Palestinian Christians. There's freedom of religion in all these countries. This is a facade. Actually, in Israel, it's an issue. Have you ever seen Christians who go to Israel? They get spit on. Have you seen the Palestinians, what they go through? And anyways, Israel is a terroristic state. It's the most hated state in the country. And they're controlling the United States using our tax dollars to fund all their wars. So
what do you think about Hamas?
Hamas, I believe they're freedom fighters, actually.
Oh, God.
So now see yourself in this position. You have been ethnically cleansed, your whole people, and you have been put in an open air prison your whole life, right? Your whole life, and you have people taking away your water, your rights. They're literally treating you like animals. Who wouldn't revolt? This is literally, the U.S. is built on this. If you're in America, the U.S. we revolted against people for a 2% tax on tea. Imagine if you were treated subhuman. People are going to revolt. They have had their country completely taken from them since they were young. And why do you think they're terrorists? The actual terrorists, if you look at the definition of terrorist, it's somebody who kills civilians for political gain or religion gain, and that's Israel.
You don't think Hamas does that?
No.
Really?
No. Give me one reason why they would do that.
Why they would kill civilians?
Can you give me one source, something that happened with Hamas that they killed people over religion? They killed people to protect themselves.
I said civilians. You said something about killing civilians, right?
You brought up October 7th too. You know how the number was 1,200 that they killed civilians? Number one, all of October 7th was known by Israel. This was, Netanyahu knew this was going to happen and everything. They allowed it to happen. They have the best intelligence of the world. They allowed this to happen, so Netanyahu had an excuse to attack Palestinians so he can stay in office because he's in war. And even the 1,200 that were dead, most of them were dead from the animal directive. Do you know what the animal directive is? Israel has an animal directive that if there's a risk of any country or any military taking their people as hostages, they can literally kill their own people. It's an animal directive. They have killed most of their people. So the numbers from Hamas is maybe a couple hundred, maybe 300. Most of the people that were killed on October 7th was from its own people, Israel. Yeah, free Palestine. Free Palestine. And
all right. Well, if you think Hamas is, by the way, I am glad to see the numbers have gone up actually since you came on. So
yeah, free Palestine. We got the free Palestine people in here.
Well, it is a popular topic.
Okay,
but,
yeah, I got you.
I'm not buying the freedom fighter claim.
Yeah, so okay, put yourself in this situation. Imagine you grow up, right? Your whole life, you've been from a government who took your land. They've been attacking you, taking your homes, raping your women, or graping. Excuse my language. We're on live. Killing people in mosques, starving you, ethnically cleansing you. Your whole life, you've grown up with these people, and you don't think that you're gonna build people together. And number one, they're already a military, but you don't think you're gonna build something to go against them? Like anybody would go against this country if this happened.
So you think Hamas was justified in slaughtering hundreds of Israeli civilians on October 7th?
Hundreds? They didn't even. Most of them weren't citizens. A lot of them were Israeli IDF soldiers. There's no proof of that. Anyways,
there's no proof they slaughtered civilians?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we're just in alternate realities then.
No, because I don't know what sources you've gotten everything from before. You're not showing sources, so
I mean, if you don't even believe what I think are super basic facts, then I don't even know if we have a basic. If we have like a basis for discussion here.
What's the definition of terrorism? What's the definition of terrorism?
That's getting into a different issue.
Not really, because if you're going to call somebody a terrorist, you have to know what makes them a terrorist.
Well,
if you were looking
I
at
said
what
Hamas.
A terrorist is,
I say Hamas slaughtered hundreds of civilians. I don't use the word terrorist to say that.
How many? So, do you think Israel's a terrorist state?
No. At least not for the most part.
They slaughtered 70,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children.
All right. Well, maybe we can get to that later. But if we don't agree about October 7th, I don't want to move off of that until we agree.
What don't we agree about on October 7th?
That hundreds of civilians were slaughtered by Hamas.
Okay, that's irrelevant because you're saying that they're terrorists because they killed civilians.
No, I just want to know if it happens.
Okay, but look at the double standard. Why isn't Israel considered a terrorist state?
I just got a community violation that says violation by Crazy 8 Fitness. Crazy 8 Fitness's live content is flagged for misinformation. Repeated violations could result in them being removed from this live. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. So I think maybe I should end this call because I don't want to get flags on my TikTok live and get shut down.
Yeah,
so I'm going to remove.
You want to talk about atheism?
All right, I just got another warning that popped up. It says guest violation warning. A guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. Repeated violations by your guests may lead to restrictions on your access to multi-guest live features. All right, I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Okay, so I can't have people coming up here who spread misinformation like that and deny that hundreds of civilians were slaughtered on October 7th. If you're going to get my live taken down, I can't have you up here saying that stuff. So I had to end that call. All right, I've never encountered that. I got one flag before when I think it was because people in my chat were saying things. I got my first flag. It said there was hate speech, something like that, and it wasn't because of anything I said. I don't think I said anything controversial, so I think it must have been because of something people said in the chat, and that was a few weeks ago. And I got my second flag just right now. So, I see someone I got to block here in the chat. Trying to get my you can't break TOS here. Show us the warning. Well, you don't believe? How about this? If you give me some money, I'll show you the warning. I'll share the screenshot. If you give me get it up to $2. Right now it's at $1.11. If you get it up to $2, I'll share the screenshot. I love this chat, man, says Roro. All right, thanks for the heart me horizontal inquiry. Somebody's saying, everyone leave. You're trying to take away my audience. I guess I don't have any mods here. Sometimes when I live stream, I don't have any mods. And I got to mod it myself. That's kind of nice, though, that TikTok will flag people. Show the screenshot. Show me the money. You want value from me? Well, then give me some value in return. You don't get something for nothing. All right. Why does it matter if I'm Jewish? Why are you asking about that? All right, I'm going to block you for the rest of the live. Being disrespectful. All right, let's see. What do I want to do next? I got one person in the guest list. If that's you in the guest list, tell me what you would like to talk about. This chat makes me so happy, says somebody. That's nice. Chat better than the streamer, says. I'm sucking on a cough drop. Sorry for the noise, but I've got a cough. All right, what next? Finboy lover. Maybe I'll take another call if I get up to $2. I'm at $1.11 right now. But sometimes when I take calls, my numbers go down. So if I'm going to take the chance on a caller, I might need something in compensation, like some more gifts. I just saw a message that says Crazy 8 joined through an invite. I don't see him in the chat though. Oh, thanks for sharing the live, Miles. There are 2 people requesting. Yeah, that's right. But I haven't made any more money yet. I want to get up to $2, I think, before I take another call. Why do you keep saying Jew? I'm going to have to block you if you keep saying the same thing. Don't spam the chat with the same thing over and over. And crowd out other people's chats. Bro is requesting cash for a debate. What's wrong with that? Okay, you didn't listen to me, so I'm blocking you. Favorite world leader? I don't know. Maybe Milei, actually, Argentina. Javier Milei. He's tried to implement, and I think he's succeeded in implementing a lot of free market policies and has helped Argentina get on a better path. No, not yet. No, I'm not a fan of Netanyahu. I think he's been too weak in defending Israel. I think if he were stronger, he would have gotten rid of Hamas many years ago, long before October 7th. So, no, I'm not a fan of Netanyahu. All right, I see Crazy 8 Fitness is back in my chat, but not for long. I just blocked him. I can't have you here if you're going to spread misinformation like that and get my live stream flagged. Corona. If you really want to debate Corona, send me some gifts. Who's your favorite classical philosopher? I'm going to go with Aristotle. Ayn Rand said he was the greatest philosopher. And her philosophy builds on Aristotle's philosophy. What's your opinion on Hegelian dialectics? I don't think it makes a lot of sense. Didn't Hegel explicitly endorse contradictions? I haven't read much Hegel, but what I've heard about him sounds very wrong. I'm going to send money for the screenshot. All right, go ahead. I'm eating a cough drop, not some mints. Are these view bait or are you serious? I'm serious. That's a loaded question. There is no genocide. Israel is fighting a war of self-defense. What's your opinion on Karl Marx? He's very bad. Very bad ideas. Notice how you are losing viewers with no debates. Well, sometimes I lose viewers with debates. You think I'll get more viewers with a debate? Corona. Maybe I should, well, no one's donating. Maybe I'll take a chance on Corona. What do you want to talk about, Corona? Oh, you're saying you'll donate for a screenshot? I should look at the screenshot just to make sure it's something I can share. Oh, here it is. I took 2 screenshots because I got 2 separate messages from TikTok. And yeah, I could share that. And let me look at the other one. Yeah, I could share that too. Okay, so I'll share at least one of them if you get me up to $2. So far, it hasn't moved. It's still at 111. He lying, bro. Don't give this dude money. You know he's lying. Well, maybe you should, if you think I'm lying, then maybe you should put your money where your mouth is and say that if I show the screenshot to prove it, then you will give me $5. How about that? When you say something like that, Corona, I don't even want to take your call. You say this dude's straight scamming. That's a smear. I'm offering you value for value. I'm trading here. I'm telling you exactly what you're going to get, the terms you're going to get it on. Take it or leave it. It's up to you. Scam is where you promise somebody something and then you don't deliver on what you promised. You just take their money and leave. I'm saying you give me the money, I'll show you the screenshot. Anybody have see nobody? Maybe you're all scared to give me money because you know I'm going to prove you wrong. Maybe I should make that deal. Everybody who says I don't have the screenshots is going to have to owe me $5 if I show you the screenshot. How about that? $1.2K likes. Thank you for the likes. Oh, I got 8 follows. Thank you for the follows. Let's see. I think I'm around 600 now. 600 followers. Let me check. Oh yeah, it's up to 617 followers now. Nice. That's mostly in the last month or so, because I really only started live streaming last month. So I like that it's growing at this pace. That's good. We will follow for the screenshot. Nah, that's not enough. You gotta give me something. You can easily unfollow. Oh, thanks for the follow. Cool. I got more likes in a week than you did in your whole career. Says Shine in Peace. Is that supposed to show something? Is it even true? Does it matter? Can you say something interesting, please? All right, some people here are sort of trolls or troll-ish. Maybe I should look for more non-troll types of chats and engage with those. Let me look for some of those. Oh, someone just, what was that? I just saw something splash. A tomato. Someone threw a tomato at me. Look at that. Look at that. That's a new one. That was Corona. He sent a tomato. Oh, it's over $2. Is that for the screenshot? I'm up to $2.31 now. Okay. All right. Well, I said I would give you one screenshot for getting me over $2. So I'll show you the first screenshot. All right. Just give me a moment. Let's see. So this is from 7:46 p.m. and 33 seconds. Fifth one from the bottom of my folder. So that's the one I'm going to share. Okay, so now I just got to add a source here. Let's see, how many viewers do I have before I'm at 28 right now. Okay. I'm going to add a source image, add, select file, desktop, Go to the bottom. Here it is, 746.33. Open. Add source. All right, there it is. Can you see that? I'll make it bigger. That's the message that popped up when Crazy 8 was on here. I'm going to look on it on my end too. See how it appears. This is the first time I've done this. Shared a screenshot like that. All right, so there it is. See, you can screenshot it for yourself. Crazy Serial says, guys, he didn't lie. Cool says, Photoshop. Yeah, I did something like that real quick. I really quickly did that the same time I was doing a live. See, there's nothing you can say to convince some people, no matter what you do. Can I make that bigger? I don't know if you can read that or expand that. Maybe I can make it bigger here on my ends. Some people, like, they'll be the earth is flat no matter what you do. I just tried to make it bigger. Crazy 8 Fitness's live content is flagged for misinformation. Repeated violations could result in them being removed from this live. See, that's what I read. All right, you wanted me to keep that up there or take it down now? Keep it up? Why do you want me to keep it up? Somebody else says take it down. You got us? Trying to screenshot? All right, well, screenshot it now because I think I might take it down. Or maybe I should make you another offer. If you want me to keep it up, you have to give me some more money. I'm going to take it down in a few seconds, I think. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm going to move that down. All right, there you go. Oh, I guess I can move it further. Now it's completely gone. Do you respect Sam Cedar? Well, I certainly don't respect him for saying that maybe Ayn Rand deserves to be smeared more, which is what he said the last time I called him. For any of you who don't know, Sam Cedar, he's a leftist internet talk show host. He has a show on YouTube with, I think he's got over 2 million subscribers now. It's called The Majority Report. And I called into his show many times, and we've talked about Ayn Rand. But the last time I called in, he said maybe Ayn Rand deserves to be smeared more. And I haven't been interested in going back since he said that, because it's just not honest. If you're going to smear people and say maybe they deserve to be smeared, then I question whether I'm debating with a person who's honest. So I think sometimes it's not worth debating people. There has to be a certain basic level of honesty and decency for me to want to engage with them. All right, let's see, what next? Should I keep streaming or should I end the show for today? The higher the numbers, the more likely I am to keep going. Do I respect Palestine? What does that mean? Palestine is a place. I might respect certain Palestinians if they're not the type of Palestinian that wants to annihilate Israel. I don't respect those Palestinians, the ones who support Hamas. I'm an individualist. I don't just respect everyone the same. It depends on their attitudes, their beliefs, their actions. And people have free will. Each individual can choose how to act on his own. So it just depends on the individual. They're killed as civilian casualties in a war. It's not a genocide. Everyone liked the live to get viewership up so he doesn't have to leave, so he doesn't leave. Yeah, if you want me to stay here, keep those likes coming. Thank you for the likes. I see some hearts flowing up. It's up to 1.7K likes. 9 follows. Thank you. You can also do the heart me. I think that's supposed to help. I don't believe they were targeting civilians. One guy, he came on my live here weeks ago, and he claimed that Israel would tell people to leave a certain area because they were going to bomb it. And then the area that Israel told them to go to, the safe space, Israel then bombed that. That's what this guy claimed. And that would be targeting civilians. But then I said, hey, can you give me a source? And then he sent me a link. This was during my live stream. And I looked it up during the live stream, and there was nothing at all in the link about that. He was just BSing. And he eventually said in the conversation that he was being bad faith. So a lot of times people make claims about Israel that I think are just wrong, and I'm not going to take them at face value. I would have to get a source from some reliable source, or a link to a reliable source. Chat, did he provide the screenshots? Yes. Damn. Well, I showed one screenshot. I said, if you give me up to $2, I'll show you one screenshot. If you want me to show you the next screenshot, I took 2 screenshots. If you want me to show you the other one, you got to give me up to $3. And right now, I'm at $2.32. So I would need 68 more cents to show you the other screenshot. I'll probably put this on my YouTube channel later, So if you want to see the screenshot, then you might have to wait a while, but it'll likely appear there eventually. Although I don't know if I'm going to post the whole stream. Like sometimes I just I post part of my live streams. Like maybe I'll post that one call actually. Well, I don't know. Maybe that would get me in trouble with YouTube. If I get a flag from TikTok because of what that guy was saying, maybe I'll get the flag from YouTube. So maybe I shouldn't post that call. But anyways, if I do post a call and not the entire live stream, I might still include a link to the entire live stream in the description of the video. And maybe that's a way you could see the screenshot. But some people did screenshot it. Yeah, there's nothing you can do to satisfy some people. If they'll just say, oh, it was AI. So, you know, what am I supposed to do? Why do you ask for the screenshot in the first place if you think it might just be fake? So sometimes there's nothing you can do to satisfy anyone because they don't have reasonable standards of evidence. They have unreasonable expectations, and I think all you can do is ignore unreasonable requests. No, Ro says, because I don't like you, Dan. Okay. So you're a hate watcher? Is that what you are? I can show it again. Ro. If you give me more money. Now you say, no, I love you. Okay. You're a love watcher. Thanks for the rose, Brody. I don't know if I saw that before. I just saw it now. She was flirting with you earlier? I missed that. I didn't even know it was a she. Oh, I just saw your profile. Yeah. It does look like a she. I ain't never flirted with no Zionist. She says. Why is USA and Israel good? Because they respect rights. You're wrong on all but abortion, immigration, and Trump, says Mason. Wait, altruism is bad, but egoism good? They're the same thing. Altruism means living for others. Egoism means living for yourself. Those are not the same thing. Israel good, but faith bad. Make it make sense. Israel is largely a secular country. It's not a theocracy like Iran, where Sharia law is imposed on people and women are forced to cover up due to Islamic law. Judaic law is not forced on people. You can be an atheist, a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew in Israel and not be persecuted. Thanks for the follow, Evil Woozy. All right, there's an insult from Zach. I'm just trying to troll a little, says Serial. I don't want to engage with trolls. Sorry if I hurt your feelings. No, it had no effect on me. I'm very used to insults. In this business, with views like mine, you got to get used to insults if you're going to survive. But what I can do is block people. If it crosses a certain line, I'll mute them or block them. Yeah, with views like mine, because I have a lot of controversial views following Ayn Rand. She had a lot of controversial views. And she's my favorite philosopher. Israel or USA first? I don't know what that means. First what? I think they're both good countries. What do you put first? Well, I put myself first. But I'm in the US, so I have I guess in some ways I have more of an interest in the US, but I see Israel as an ally. So, thoughts on Charlie Kirk? I mean, it's terrible what happened to him. That shouldn't happen to anyone. Get killed for speaking your mind. So I'll start by saying that. But I do strongly disagree with his views. He was pro-Trump, and I think Trump is terrible. So I am quite critical of him for aligning himself with Trump. And I think he used to be influenced by Ayn Rand a long time ago, but I think he did not stick with Rand. That's what I heard a long time ago. He used to be interested in Rand. Are you a teacher? No. I used to teach. I taught a couple courses when I was a grad student. And I've done some tutoring, but I don't do that right now at this moment. Yes, I went to university. Bring one last person up. I don't have anyone in my list right now. I don't know if that's going to help my viewership or hurt it. Thanks for sharing the live, Armin. If you want me to do it, I'll do it if I get up to $3. I'm at $2.32 right now. Or if it causes my numbers to go up, then I'll probably keep the person on longer. But if it causes my numbers to go down, if the audience gets smaller, then I might end the call. All right. Somebody just requested up, but it's a new person, someone I haven't seen at all in the chat. Emab. Oh, there you are in the chat. What would you like to discuss? No, it's not true that a guest always increases views. Sometimes it decreases views. Someone says Emab is cruel. What would you like to discuss, Emab? Can you tell me in the chat? He got kicked because he got my live flagged for spreading misinformation. That's what TikTok said. He denied that Hamas killed civilians on October 7th, or that they killed hundreds of civilians. Yeah, Emab, I'm asking you what you would like to discuss. He said he wants to debate on Trump. Why you are pro-Israel but not pro-Trump? All right, well, we can do a short call. I'll give you at least 1 minute, and we'll see how the numbers do. Right now, I have 20 people watching, so if it goes down, then maybe I'll just come back to engaging with the chat, but I'll give you at least 1 minute. See how it goes. Thanks for sharing the live, TJ.
Hello.
Hi.
So, yeah, hi. I wanted to know why you are pro-Israel, right? USA Israel, but against Trump, even though he, if I remember, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, he is also pro-Israel. It can achieve certain ideologies that you would find good. No.
I don't. Excuse me. I don't think he is pro-Israel. At least not pro-Israel enough, because he pressures them to engage in ceasefires with Hamas rather than just finish them off once and for all, which is what I think Israel should do, and that's what I think is really in their self-interest to do. So I wish you were more pro-Israel.
Yeah, but he is right now. If from what I remember, he was one of the most pro-Israel candidates during the election, if I'm right. No?
I don't know. Like, maybe he was more pro-Israel than Harris, but still not good enough. I'm not even convinced he's pro-Israel at all.
I mean,
I don't know that he has like his own set of ideas as opposed to just doing whatever he thinks is popular. I don't have much respect for Trump as like someone
I mean,
who.
I see.
I think
But
he's a populist. I think he's a populist, and he wants like power and prestige, but I don't think he really has ideas of his own. So even if he does things that might benefit Israel in some way, I'm not convinced that like it's because he thinks Israel is a pro-freedom country or something. I think it might just be because
oh,
he thinks that's popular within his base, maybe to some Republicans, and maybe that's why he does some things that might benefit Israel.
okay, I see. But correct me if I'm wrong. President Trump, he's one of the most supportive of Israel of all the presidents, right? Or were there more pro-Israels than Trump himself?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he did go to war with Iran, and that's close to Israel and is a threat to Israel. So maybe he deserves some credit for that, but I think he has not done a good job with his war. I mean, it's gone on for many months now, and initially he said it was going to be like 4 to 5 or 6 weeks, and now I think it's been over 4 or 5. It started in what, late February, so we're now in July, and I don't think the Straits of Hormuz have been kept open. So I don't know that we're in a better spot now than we were before the war started. Maybe, but anyways, it's not clear to me. So what would be the evidence that he is pro-Israel? There was the embassy,
I
right?
mean,
Didn't the embassy get moved to
from what I've
Jerusalem or something
heard,
in the first
from
term?
what I've heard, the money donations towards Israel under his government, if I'm right.
Yeah, I think they have given them some aid. Um, Now, I don't think Israel should be getting aid, like tax-funded aid. Um, I think mainly what they need is just the U.S. to step out of their way and not pressure them to engage in ceasefires. And maybe they don't even need that. Like, I think if Israel had full self-confidence in itself, if it had moral self-confidence, it would just do what it needs to do, regardless of what the U.S. wants it to do. So even if Trump does put pressure on them to engage in ceasefires, I think what Israel should do is just say, screw you, U.S. Don't put pressure on us not to kill our enemies. Get out of our way. We're going to do what we need to do in order to survive. That's what I think Israel should do. So
But you
maybe
say
Trump
that
is
you're
more pro-Israel than other presidents. So I'm not really trying to argue he's not that. I just think he's not pro-Israel enough.
But you're saying that Israel should be more independent from the U.S., even though that you said, quote unquote, that USA Israel is good.
Yeah, because I think basically they're pro-freedom, pro-rights countries. They're not perfect. They both have flaws, important flaws, but I think overall, I would say they're good countries.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. I mean, I think that's all I had to say. You do you, man. Have a good night or day. Depends the time zones, and yeah.
All right.
I'm done arguing.
All right. Thanks for your call.
No problem.
Bye.
How do I?
Screw you, U.S. takes $1 billion in U.S. taxpayer money. I mean, if U.S. is putting pressure on them not to continue the war against Hamas, that's what I said. That's the context in which I said it would be appropriate for them to say that. If someone is trying to stop you from defending yourself from an existential threat, I think that's a reasonable attitude to have. Oh, the viewers went up a little bit. It's up to 24 now, so that's nice. Wave says, thoughts on Robert Nozick? Well, I guess he did bring ideas that are somewhat related to Rand's into academia, and maybe that's a good thing. I don't know that he gave Rand sufficient credit. I think some of his key ideas in political philosophy came from Rand's, and I think she only gets like maybe 1 or 2 or 3 footnotes in his book Anarchy, State, and Utopia, which I think is the book that really maybe that's the one that put him on the map in academia. So I think maybe Rand deserved more credit as a source of his ideas. I would want to look into that some more, though, before making that claim with total confidence. But I think I heard an objectivist philosopher say that, someone who's more familiar with Nozick's ideas than I am. But I guess I'm glad that he did something to bring Rand's ideas to academia. But I don't think he is a... I heard he actually died as a socialist. So even though he was... I guess he's most known when it comes to political philosophy for advocating some kind of libertarian views. I guess those views didn't stick. By the time he died, he was a socialist. Do you like Milton Friedman? Somewhat, I do. I think he's a very good communicator of certain ideas in economics. He's an entertaining, very articulate communicator. So I do like that about him. I think he's not... I think he advocated for a kind of welfare state, like a minimal welfare state. Maybe I should chat GPT that, or Gemini it. I usually use Gemini as the AI I use. Well, that's Google, so let me Google it. Did Milton Friedman support a welfare state? I seem to recall hearing that he did, but let me see what AI has to say. Milton Friedman did not support the traditional welfare state, but he did advocate for a guaranteed minimum income to support the poor. Maybe something like a UBI. He strongly opposed bureaucratic welfare programs such as food stamps and housing subsidies, arguing that they restrict personal freedom and foster dependency. Okay, well, I would disagree with him that there should be a guaranteed minimum income to support the poor. I think that's a violation of rights and immoral to force people to fund the poor. It's not my duty to support the poor. And what is the poor? People who make less than $10,000 a year, less than $20,000 a year, less than 30. What is the poor? But my life is mine. It's not my duty to support others, and you have no right to put a gun to my head and force me under threat of jail if I don't pay taxes to support the poor. So I certainly don't think Friedman was good when it comes to having a consistent political philosophy, a philosophy consistent with freedom, if he advocated for a guaranteed minimum income. Rocco asks, why is faith bad? Because it means belief without evidence. And it's bad to believe things without evidence. What would be an example of that? believing without evidence. I want to come up with some good examples. I've used examples before, but I'm thinking maybe I should get some new examples, vary it up a bit, find the most effective kind of examples. Like I've given the example of if I tell you give me $10,000 right now, and you say why, and then I say don't ask why, just take it on faith. Take me on faith that it's a good thing for you to do. Would that be good for you to do? Oh, maybe another one which I think I did use earlier today. Like asking children to be suicide bombers. I think that happens in maybe Hamas, but some Islamic sects or organizations, they indoctrinate their children. And if you tell a child, just take me on faith that it's good for you to strap a bomb to yourself and go blow up some Israelis, that's well, I mean, they try to they make up some story like Israelis are evil people or something in order to, they brainwash kids from a very young age to believe things like that. But can the kid just say, well, why should I believe this? Should the kid take on faith that they're being told the truth about Israelis? I say no. They should ask for some kind of evidence. Now, maybe it's maybe they're too young to be expected to ask for evidence. Maybe they have to learn. I mean, it's when you're brainwashed from a super young age, then maybe you have to cut them some slack in terms of moral responsibility. But how much slack? I don't know. It's an interesting question. But anyways, I gave you at least one example of going by faith. But I don't want to ramble on too long on that one thing. So let me just look back at the chat. Did you watch The Odyssey? No. Maybe I will later. Why do you say Free Palestine, Roro? What does that mean to you? How can you generalize an entire religion due to a few authoritarian regime/ideologies? Did I generalize an entire religion? Not that I think Islam is a peaceful religion, but I don't know that I implied it wasn't in what I was just talking about. I don't think Muhammad was very peaceful. Didn't he try to spread Islam by the sword? Convert or die. Isn't that one of the ways Islam was spread? Oh, thanks for the follow, Hunter. Roro says it means free the people and children of Palestine from genocide, Dan. Why do you think there is a genocide? You think Israel is intentionally trying to kill all the Muslims? You don't think it's fighting a war of self-defense? Someone says he loves Stalin. Does that mean you love a mass murderer? How much they paying you, lad? What are you talking about? How much is BB paying you? I wish I were getting paid. So far today, I've made $2.32. Who do you think is the most evil man in history? Maybe Immanuel Kant. That's what Ayn Rand thought. Because he came up with a philosophy that was evil in her view. Anti-reason, anti-self, and it ultimately led to collectivism and in the form of Nazism. There's a book that lays out that case in much more detail. It's called The Ominous Parallels by Leonard Peikoff. Actually, there was a later edition of that titled The Cause of Hitler's Germany. And you can read about it in there. He traces the roots of Nazism back to German philosophers, including Kant and Hegel. What do you think about Israel disguising bombs as footballs? I don't even know about that. Someone else was saying something about they disguise bombs as toys earlier. I haven't looked into that. If the point is to kill Hamas, then I don't have a problem with it. Why don't you ask your little AI buddy for the definition of genocide? Maybe I will. I'm curious to hear what you think about it, though. I think it would be a smear to put Israel's war of self-defense in the same category as the Holocaust. Which I take to be a clear example of a genocide. He won't respond, don't bother. If I don't respond, maybe it's because I have too many chats, or because someone's giving me a bad vibe. I don't know what you think I'm not responding to, but there's a lot I'm not responding to. I can't respond to everything. There's too many chats. War of self-defense requires the indiscriminate bombing of civilians. They're not indiscriminately bombing civilians. They try to target places where they think Hamas is. And Hamas, unfortunately, uses civilians as human shields. If they were indiscriminately bombing, why would they drop leaflets telling people to evacuate a certain place before they bomb? It makes no sense. I didn't give my position and you assumed I was referring to Israel committing genocide? Oh, maybe I did. So were you not referring to that? What were you referring to then? Usually that's what people are referring to. Even your president admitted such that Bibi needs to tone it down and not level whole buildings. Israel has been too weak in its defense. I mean, why haven't they yet vanquished Hamas? It's been almost 3 years. They've engaged in ceasefires. They've negotiated with terrorists, which I don't think they should have done. Israel has been far too weak. And ironically, if they were stronger, far fewer people would have died. Like if they had nipped Hamas in the bud long before October 7th, years or decades ago, then there would never have been an October 7th. And all the people who were killed since October 7th in the war of self-defense wouldn't have been killed. So if Israel is stronger in defending itself, fewer people would have died. Peace through strength. Peace through strength. Oh no, of course I was. Oh, so you were talking about Israel committing a genocide. How is egoism consistent with the concept of equal rights? It's in your interests to engage with others in a voluntary way, which is what the principle of rights asks you to do. The only way for rights to be violated is through physical force. So I'm better off if I live in a society where people are not coercing each other, where it's not a war of all against all. And that's what a system based on rights is. And it's egoistic. It's in my interest to be in a peaceful society where people are not coercing each other. Dan, this isn't the Cold War anymore. This notion of peace through leveling whole cities causes hatred. Well, that's maybe that shows Israel should have been stronger earlier. Better late than never, though, right? as I said, if they were stronger much earlier and destroyed Hamas many years ago, then they wouldn't have gotten to the point where they needed to do something as drastic as this war. But I don't think, given that they got themselves in this situation, they shouldn't just roll over and die. And the hatred is going to be there regardless. It's not like refraining from defending yourself is going to end the hatred. They want to annihilate the Jews because they don't bow down before Allah. Hamas, that is. They don't like a secular society. Anyone who doesn't bow down before their God and pay him homage is offensive to them. And I think sometimes they'll say, we'll want to kill Jews anywhere, not just in Israel. Or atheists, right? Who don't bow down before Allah. That's offensive to them. Seems very pro-individualism. Yeah, I am very pro-individualism. We saw it in Iraq. The U.S. lost all its soft power influence in the region. I think the Iraq War was a mistake, or worse. I don't think there was good reason to get in that war. The claim was that they had weapons of mass destruction, but there wasn't good evidence for that. That's my understanding. And lots of U.S. lives were lost, tragically. Didn't need to be lost if that war didn't happen. In Afghanistan, that's another tragedy. What was accomplished? Eventually, the Taliban took back over. So that was a very bad foreign policy move. The proper goal of the military is not to engage in nation building. It's to defeat the enemy. Get in and get out. Don't spend years or decades there nation building. Oh, Bree is here. Hi, Bree. One of my mods showed up. First time. First time today. I did a live stream earlier, and then I restarted it at a certain point to see if that would help get the numbers up, and it did, at least for a while. So Dan, let's make the ties together. If it didn't benefit the U.S., who did it benefit? What do you mean, the Iraq War? the Afghanistan war? I don't know. Maybe it benefited us, the U.S., in that it bought us a little time. Maybe it kicked the can down the road. Taliban was in control, and Al-Qaeda was using Afghanistan as a base of operations, right? So maybe it took away that base, at least for a while, but now the Taliban is back in control, so maybe Al-Qaeda is going to rise again, or some equivalent. But a much better model would be like what the U.S. did in World War II with Japan, and impose its own will on the country, impose a constitution that is pro-Western, and now Japan is an ally. It's not a breeding ground for terrorists. And see how forceful we were against Japan. We dropped some A-bombs on them. So, peace through strength. Look how well Japan has done since World War II. Let's debate immigration in Israel. Well, we are debating Israel some. Haven't said much about immigration, but I do support open immigration, at least much more open than it is right now. What are your interests besides philosophy? History, that's a big one. That's actually what I spend most of my time studying when I'm not live streaming. And the reason I spend a lot of time studying it is because it helps me in my live streams. History often comes up, like the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or the history of capitalism. It's very relevant to the debates I get into. So that would be my primary intellectual interest outside of philosophy. Got some more follows. Thank you. Oh, it's up to 5.7K likes now. Nice. Thank you. Bree, my live got flagged earlier. Someone called in and he was claiming that Hamas didn't slaughter hundreds of civilians on October 7th. And like a minute later, this message popped up and TikTok said my live got flagged. My guest on the live got flagged because he was spreading misinformation. So I ended the call, blocked him, and then I took a screenshot. I can actually show you. I'll show it again now that Bree's here. People didn't believe me. Some people in the chat, they didn't believe me, and they were asking me to show the screenshot I took. And I said, give me some more money and I'll show it. So eventually they donated some more money, and then I showed it on the screen. But now that you're here, I will show you. Let me just move it up. Let's see, is this the one? Hold on a sec. I got to make sure I'm doing the. Yeah, that's the one. Here it is. Whoops. Violation by Crazy 8 Fitness. Crazy 8 Fitness's live content is flagged for misinformation. Repeated violations could result in them being removed from this live. So that was the first thing that popped up. And then there was this other message that popped up, which I also took a screenshot of, but I haven't shared it yet. But anyways, just wanted to show you that. Favorite political commentator? Maybe Yaron Brook. I'll write his name in the chat. I just put it in the chat. He's an objectivist YouTuber. He's the chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute. And he does a show on YouTube where he comments on the news. And that's probably what I listen to more than anything else in terms of podcasts. So he covers the news from the perspective of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. So yeah, that's who I'm going to go with for my favorite political commentator. Looks like there's some debate on abortion going on in the chat. Yeah, I did block him. That person who caused the live to get flagged. He came in my chat after I ended the call, and once I saw him in the chat, I blocked him. I'm not pro Hobbes. Hobbes, he's often classified as an egoist, but he's not a rational egoist in the sense Rand advocates. It's more the kind of brute egoist, I think, like do what you need to do, including robbing, raping, murdering, whatever. Whereas Rand rejects all that. She says that's actually not in your self-interest. And Hobbes also was a determinist. He didn't believe in free will, whereas Ayn Rand did. So that's psychological egoism. The idea that we are necessarily pursuing our self-interest. Which Rand denied. She thought it was a matter of choice as to whether you pursue your self-interest. I hope I didn't caricature Hobbes' view of egoism. I was just looking it up on AI. Now, I think Nietzsche is the one who's thinks of egoism as involving lying, cheating, stealing, raping, murdering, domination of others. I'm not sure if I was conflating Hobbes with Nietzsche, but in any case, Rand rejects that view, that type of egoism, irrational, brute egoism, which in the end isn't really egoistic because it actually doesn't serve your own interest. But aside from that, she also rejects determinism. The idea that everyone, in the form of psychological egoism, where you necessarily do what's in your self-interest. How is determinism bad and free will good? Aren't they contradicting? Well, I think determinism is bad because it's false. It doesn't correctly label the way reality is. Whereas free will does. I think free will is real. Yeah, they are contradicting. I think one is true and the other is not. Or one, it's true that there is free will and false that there is determinism. Now, some people called compatibilists try to say there's both free will and determinism. But I don't think that's a coherent viewpoint. Thanks for sharing the live, Andrew. But we live in a deterministic universe, and there's way more evidence for the determinism than free will. I don't think so. I think we have evidence that we do have free will. Doesn't it seem that you're in control of yourself? If you're not in control of yourself, if you are determined, then you have no control over the words you type right now. Do your words deserve consideration if you have no control over what you say? Should I just dismiss it as a quirk of your glands, a twitching of your muscle fibers, cause you to type those letters in the chat? They're not the result of rational reflection. You were just determined by something beyond your control to type those words. Name an argument for free will. I don't think there is an argument. I think it's just self-evident. It's an observation. Argument presupposes free will. It's because you can control your mind that you can weigh reasons, consider evidence, steer away from biasing factors, and make an argument for something. Computers don't make arguments. If you're deterministic, you're just a machine issuing output. That's not an argument. I think an argument is something that we freely construct. Doing better on the views on this live stream than the previous one. That's nice to see. Thanks for coming by. Do you have an argument that determinism is wrong? It conflicts with the evidence that I have free will. So I am in control of myself. I directly observe that. Determinism says I'm not in control of myself, and that conflicts with what I observe to be the case. So I conclude that determinism is wrong. A pro-capitalist, anti-religion liberal. That's a first. So you're calling me a liberal? Well, I'm certainly not a liberal in the sense that that term is usually used today to refer to people who like big government programs like Medicare, Social Security, public education, welfare. I want to get rid of all that. But I think those programs are anti-liberty because they involve coercing people, coercing me to pay for other people's healthcare, education, retirement. So I think those are actually anti-liberal programs. I got to change out my AirPods because one of them is about to lose battery power. Hold on a second. And whenever I do that, I also have to reset my mic. This is my AirPod mic, but in a second. Now you hear my podcast mic. All right, back in business. He muted me, says Xander. I did? Why am I able to see your chat then? I didn't mute you. Liberal equals worthless is what they meant. Oh, maybe you're one of the people who is a leftist and you think liberals are worthless. The mute was only 30 seconds. All right, well, that wasn't me. Maybe Bree muted you, but I didn't mute you unless I did it by mistake without realizing it. I don't think I did, though. How do you support Israel if you don't support taxation? If Israel only exists because of our taxes, it doesn't only exist because of our taxes. For one thing, it started existing in 1948. It declared its independence when Britain left at the end of the mandatory Palestine period. I don't think Israel needs financial support to survive. What it needs is a good philosophy, a self-interested philosophy. It's too weak. It's not defending itself strongly enough. It's allowing terrorists to exist on its border like Hamas. He needs to get rid of them once and for all. It doesn't need money. It needs moral strength. It needs to stop engaging in ceasefires out of sympathy for Hamas or for some, I don't know, why is it doing it? Why is it should go pedal to the metal and get rid of its enemy, not put on the brakes and stop fighting Hamas before it's destroyed Hamas, or negotiating with terrorists to get hostages back. I think these are things that are, Israel is shooting itself in the foot by doing these things. So it doesn't have a consistently self-interested political philosophy. That's why it's getting into trouble, not because it's lacking foreign aid or money. Oh, he wouldn't stop spamming and I asked him to stop. Okay. Yeah, if you just type the same thing repeatedly in the chat, that can get you muted. Dan, make some sense here, bro, or I'm out. I think I've been making a lot of sense. But, of course, maybe you disagree, and you're free to leave. I'm not keeping you here by force. How can altruism be bad? Because it means putting something higher than yourself. Why should something be more important than you are? Why should other people be more important than you are to you? Maybe you're not most important to me. I'm most important to me, but at least for you, why shouldn't you be the most important person for you? Altruism says live for others, not for yourself. Why should you do that? You support the killing of innocent children only as part of self-defense. If Hamas uses innocent children as human shields, which unfortunately they do, then the blood is on the hands of Hamas. Hamas brought this war on themselves. They're the ones responsible for the death of innocent children. Do you have a realist view on geopolitics? I think so. I think I see things as they really are. So if that's what you mean by a realist view, then yeah. But sometimes I think people take that to mean pragmatic or unprincipled, which I don't have. I think I have a principled view. And one of my basic principles is self-interest. A country should act in a self-interested way. That follows from my egoism. And I wish that Israel and the U.S. would be more self-interested and not allow its enemies the opportunity to fester, which it does when it engages in ceasefires or doesn't attack Iran when Iran is responsible for killing Americans and Israelis. The Iranian theocracy should have been overthrown decades ago. And if we had a truly self-interested foreign policy, that's what we would have done. We would have gotten rid of it decades ago. Without U.S. money, they'd get cooked. I don't believe so. Without egoism, they get cooked. Why don't they just stop engaging in ceasefires? That doesn't require money. That just requires a will to fight. Have no mercy. Actually, ironically, it costs less. You can do much less war if you just get it over with quickly. Don't draw this thing out for years. It'll be much less expensive. They should have nipped Hamas in the bud long before October 7th. That would have been much cheaper. And it would have saved many lives. Bro said fetuses were not humans. That's right. They're potential humans, not actual humans. They become actual humans when they are born. And they're physically separate. A human is an individual, which means physically separate. Can you explain the faith view? Faith is belief without evidence. It's bad to believe things if you don't have evidence for the belief. Thanks for the follow, Chris. Are you utilitarian? No, I'm an egoist. The standard for me of what is good is not what is greatest for the greatest number. It's what's greatest for me. That's what's good for me. And what's good for you is what's best for you. That's what I think. There's somebody asking what kind of Jew I am. Why are you asking that? And it's a loaded question too. If you're assuming I am some kind of Jew. Oh, they're talking about abortions when they say innocent children? Well, if that's what you're talking about, then I would say fetuses are not children. children have been born. Fetuses have not. Maybe Joe B needs to be muted. Isolation and selfishness has put us in the foreign policy disaster we are now in. No, I think it's lack of selfishness, lack of self-interest. That's what I've been saying. If we were actually self-interested, we wouldn't have gotten into a war like Iraq or Afghanistan, which lasts for decades. We've got in, get out. Just destroy the enemy and get out. Not engage in projects of nation building. In Iraq, I don't think we should have gone to at all. And now the Taliban is back in control in Afghanistan. So all for nothing. Thousands of lives lost. Or maybe it just kicked the can down the road a little bit. Collectivism being in the bad column is a sign of everything wrong with our social fabric right now. Collectivism is putting something higher than yourself. Why would you do that? That's what I think is bad. Thinking that other people are more important than you are. Do you have any hobbies? I study history a lot. And that aids with my live stream, actually. As I mentioned earlier, maybe you weren't here, but I study history a lot. And then when I get into discussions about Israel and Palestine or the history of capitalism, I can have more informed, I can be better informed going into those discussions thanks to my study of history. Bree says, I enjoy history too. Why support Israel? Because it's pro-freedom. What better country is there in the Middle East? You want to have tough views, Dan? Then deal with tough replies, says Joe. I'll deal with any replies as long as they're respectful. But if you're rude, then I might not engage with you. Pro-freedom, but they're killing citizens in Gaza. Yeah, and whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Did Hamas have anything to do with that? Rude is subjective. I don't think so. What do you believe is the most feasible scenario to restore some sort of peace in Israel-Palestine? They need to stop being weak and go all out. Stop engaging in ceasefires. Stop negotiating with terrorists. Destroy them. Don't negotiate with them. You don't negotiate with killers, with murderers. You can't trust murderers to schmurders to stick to some agreement. That's not the type of person who is honest, who will honor some agreement. You have to destroy the enemy. Get rid of Hamas once and for all. Get rid of Hezbollah once and for all. Get rid of the Islamic Republic of Iran once and for all. They've been here for decades. They have to be more self-interested. Stop being soft on them. It appears that the one position that guides your perspective is ad hoc selfishness. It's not ad hoc, it's principled. I say you should always be selfish in Rand's sense of the term. Always do what's in your self-interest. That's not ad hoc. I'm not saying just be self-interested right now for this particular thing. No, I say be self-interested on principle, always. It's very pansy to want to debate heavy subjects and then be sensitive. It's called having self-respect. Why should I put up with disrespect? That's not being pansy. It's being pansy to let other people walk all over you and treat you like crap and still engage with them. Act like a doormat. No, I've got some self-respect. I have standards. If you want to be an obnoxious jerk, then being pansy is allowing people to treat you that way and sanction that behavior. Would you agree that capitalism left unchecked would be bad? No, it would be good. Regulating capitalism destroys capitalism. Capitalism already has a check in the form of outlawing the initiation of force. A departure from that would be to allow coercion into a system. And that's what would be immoral and destroy the system. Elaborate on your stance on abortion. I think only human beings have rights, and fetuses are not humans. Because they're not individuals. Only individuals have rights. And you're not an individual until you are physically separate. When you're growing on the inside of a mother, you're not an individual. You're a part of an individual. Once you become physically separate, then you're an individual. And then you have rights. So only the mother has rights when it comes to the issue of abortion. She's the only individual involved. Thanks for the likes. You're feeling an ego when you feel offended. The key is to not care. No, I think you should care. Letting yourself get walked all over is not the road to happiness. Thank you for helping me discover Ayn Rand. As a spiritual, high IQ individual, I agree and understand. All right, great. Sam, thank you. That's good to hear. I am trying to introduce people to Ayn Rand, and I think you might be the second person. Someone came on my stream earlier today and said they started reading Rand, and it sounded like it was likely because I had some influence in making the person interested. I'm not sure, but anyway, that's good to hear, Sam. Oh, thanks for sharing the library. Thanks for the follow, Ack. No one has told me my mic is echoing today. That happened last couple days ago, I think, when I streamed, but I'm glad if my mic is not echoing. Has APAC sent you your 7K yet? I see a lot of silly comments like that. Anthem by Ayn Rand is good. I definitely agree. You seem somewhat chill, but I don't agree with most of your opinions, says Carter. I see you've got a hammer and sickle in your name, so I guess you're some kind of communist, right? I'm curious why Israel is on the good side. Because it's pro-freedom. It's basically a free country. I'm not a racist. You ask if I support the Aryan race. I support good individuals, not races. I support good individuals regardless of race. Thoughts on physicalism/materialism? I don't agree with it. The idea that everything is physical or material. In particular, I don't think the mind is physical or material. I wrote my dissertation on that sort of topic. It was called A Critique of the Scientific Case for Physicalism. And there's a video on my YouTube channel, Dan Norton 1, if you want to check it out. If you just search for the term physicalism, you'll see a video where I discuss some of the key ideas in my dissertation. And my YouTube channel is listed in my TikTok bio, if Dan Norton 1. I'm guessing you're some kind of small L libertarian then? I'm an objectivist. I don't use the term libertarian for myself because they're often anti-state and anti-government, or pro-anarchy, which I'm not. I think there should be a government, but it should be limited to basically just police, military, and courts. Oh wow, numbers jumped up to 39. Wonder what caused that. It was down in the teens or 20s for a while and just went up to 36 now. Maybe that's because some people shared the live. Nice. Welcome. Welcome. Glad to have more people. Do you support the president of Israel? I'm not a fan of Netanyahu. As I've said before, I think he's been too weak in defending Israel. I'm a libertarian who tends to lean right. Israel is our world's biggest threat. I think a lot of libertarians don't like Israel. And my guess is that would be because it's an example of a good state. And libertarians hate the state. So if there's an example of a good state where people can thrive and flourish and achieve happiness, then that's a thorn in the side of libertarians. So I think that's why many libertarians probably hate Israel as well as the U.S. Oh, you say Bibi's not the president, he's the prime minister, right? Okay, I was just assuming you were talking about Bibi, but maybe you weren't. I don't even know who the president is. So if you meant, let me see, president of Israel, Isaac Herzog. Okay, I don't have an opinion on him. I don't know anything about him. Thoughts on nuclear energy? I wish we had more of it. I think nuclear energy often gets smeared as a dangerous form of energy, but I don't think it is dangerous. I think it's actually very safe. But I think it gets demonized. A lot of anti-progress people demonize new technologies. Environmentalists, I think they want to stop developments based on pseudoscience. Like the idea that nuclear is dangerous. But I think the best source on this is Alex Epstein. If you want to look into issues relating to environment or energy, I recommend Alex Epstein, whose philosophy is shaped by Ayn Rand. All right, if you keep spamming that, I'm going to have to mute you. I guess my mod left, otherwise she would have muted you. There is no genocide. It's a war of self-defense. So, you're asking a loaded question. I support Israel in its war of self-defense. Do you support Russia or Ukraine? I support Ukraine. Because Russia is the aggressor. What's your view of Trump? Very bad. He lies. He tries to steal an election. Are you a Zionist? Yeah, I'm a Zionist. If that means I support the state of Israel, a home for Jews, a safe place, since there might not be any other place they can be safe. I mean, ideally, I don't think there should need to be a state just for Jews. And it's not just for Jews, but it's at least for Jews. But I would like there to be no quotas on immigration so they could all come to the U.S. if they want. But unfortunately, The U.S. immigration system has awful laws that makes it very difficult or impossible for people to immigrate here. So, given the bad immigration systems that there are, then I support there being at least some place where it's safe for Jews to go. Why atheism versus agnostic? Because I think it's a settled issue. It's not like maybe there is a God, maybe there's not. I don't think that the concept of God makes sense if it involves something like omnipotence or the power to work miracles. So I wouldn't say I'm agnostic on that. And I need more evidence to decide whether there is some being that can work miracles or create something from nothing. Do you support ICE? No, I don't support ICE. But I think the problem is with the laws, not the people. Well, I think ICE is thuggish, and I don't like that. But the fundamental problem is the laws that they're enforcing. We need to change the immigration laws so that people can come here legally, easily, and it's not super hard or impossible for them to come here. The reason there are so many illegal immigrants is because it's so hard for them to immigrate legally. It takes years, thousands of dollars. It shouldn't. It should be much, much easier. They can be safe in a majority of countries if they can get in. What if they can't get in because of restrictive immigration laws? Why do you say Israel is also aggressive? Thoughts on social democracy? Well, if that means being able to vote away people's rights, then I oppose it. Like if people democratically vote to tax the rich, I think that's bad. It's a violation of people's rights. Just because people vote on something doesn't make it legitimate. What if they vote to have slaves? What if they vote to enslave a certain race of people? That doesn't make it legitimate. I believe in individual rights, not unlimited majority rule where people can vote away the rights of a minority. At what point does it stop being self-defense and becomes ethnic cleansing? Well, not the point Israel's at. If they really wanted to ethnic cleanse, why would they be giving warnings they're about to bomb somewhere? Why would they provide food or water to Gaza? when many people in that population sympathize with Hamas. That's another kind of altruistic, self-sacrificial thing they do. They feed an enemy population. At least most of them, I think, are hostile to Israel and would like Hamas to succeed in annihilating Israel. Yet Israel has provided aid to those people. That's a case of not being egoistic enough. Putting others' interests ahead of your own. Have you studied the philosophical arguments for God? Not much. I've done a little. Do I think Charlie Kirk was a good person? I don't know if I want to evaluate him as a person overall, but I certainly don't like that he was friendly to Trump. I think that was very bad. It's also very bad that he was murdered. Would you ever run for office? You have some valid points. I don't know. Maybe. It's not really something I think about much. Right now, I mainly want to just promote ideas. And I don't know if running for office would help me do that. But maybe other people could run for office who I influence. But I don't know that it makes sense for me personally to run for office. So I haven't ruled it out, but I just haven't really thought much about it. Cool Cat says Charlie Kirk was a creationist and anti-abortion, but doesn't justify what happened to him. Yeah, I agree. Are you actually going to debate people for once tonight? I'll consider it. Does anyone want to debate me? I don't have anyone in the guest list right now. I debated a couple people earlier. 2 or 3 people. If anyone wants to debate, you can request up or let me know in the chat. What do you know about Stokes' theorem? Never heard of it. I need the request button. I can't help you there. I see it on my end. Oh, okay, somebody just requested. Austin. What would you like to talk about, Austin? Can you tell me in the chat? Haven't seen you in the chat yet. I don't know what Ayn Rand is. She's a novelist and philosopher. She wrote Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead. And developed a philosophy called objectivism. Cyril accidentally sent me something. I didn't see a gift from you. Oh, there it is. You sent me a rose. You accidentally sent that rose? All right. Now EUROPA is requesting up. What would you like to talk about, EUROPA? Just Ayn Rand? Do you agree to be civil? Of course. Okay. I'll give you at least a minute. We'll see how it goes. Right now I have 21 viewers, so if the viewers start to increase, that will make me want to keep you on. If they start to go down, then I might just come back to the chat. But regardless, I'll give you at least a minute. Here we go.
Hello, chat.
Hello.
So, I've read Atlas Shrugged. I enjoyed it. Ayn Rand is very fascinating to me. The only thing that bothers me about Ayn Rand is the idea that monopolies could exist in a sort of libertarian society. So what would you say your opinions are on monopolies in general?
Well, I think her view might be that they don't exist in a capitalist society, unless so the only real monopolies are government created ones, like the USPS, the United States Postal Service, or maybe in your, I don't know if you're in the UK, but maybe like the National Health Service.
Yes. So Ayn Rand specifically said in an interview, I don't know if this was in Atlas Shrugged, it was in an interview, where she said that someone asked her, will monopolies exist in this libertarian society that you envisioned? And she says, no, because the free market will destroy it. And for me, that makes no sense. Because like with no market control comes the abuse of the market.
Okay, well, I don't know that she actually said that. I don't remember her saying that, but so I can't speak to that. But I don't think there's anything wrong or bad about there being one seller in a market, unless it's got that place by government coercion. Like if you're FedEx and UPS in the U.S., they're not able to deliver certain kinds of mail. They're legally forbidden, and I think that's a violation of people's rights who want to compete with them. But if you're the only seller in the market and you gain that position, because you're better than all, you've outcompeted the competition, I think that's fine. Or if it's just because you're new, let's say you were the first person to open a burrito restaurant in the city that you live in. Well, you're the only seller of burritos now, so are you a monopolist? Well, you're the only seller in the market, so I guess if that's your definition of a monopolist, you are.
Of course, but and I agree with that. However, monopolies, if they're the only seller in the market, the only large seller in the market that can reach a large amount of people, they can charge whatever they like, can't they?
No,
Wouldn't that be inherently unfair?
no, they can't sell whatever they like. Like if I, let's say I want to, I'm the only person in the market for Dan Norton style TikTok live streams. If I want to charge people $1,000 in order to listen to my live stream, no one's going to listen to it. They're going to go listen somewhere else. Or if I want to sell burritos for $1,000 for one burrito, no one's going to be my customer. They're going to go get their food somewhere else. So you can't just arbitrarily charge whatever price you want.
This is what I'm saying. That's not a monopoly in that case. If they can just go get their food somewhere else, that's not a monopoly.
Well, how are we defining monopoly? Like is singular cell in a market? Well, what kind of market? Market for burritos? Market for Pedro style burritos? Or what?
A monopoly is a holder of other companies usually, or bought out other companies usually, who sell a specific sort of product that they can charge whatever for because they're a monopoly, and they can set the effective price.
Okay, well,
Which apparently pushes out other competition. That's anti-libertarian, in my opinion. If it completely disallows other sort of competition. That's what libertarianism and capitalism is all about. It's about competing. It's about making the best product. It's not about charging the most.
all right. Well, I do see that the viewers have gone down to 11 now, so I think I'm going to go back to the chat. Maybe we can engage some in the chat, but I do appreciate you calling in. So thanks for your call. I'm going to chat now. Okay, so maybe I'll say some more about monopolies while it's on my mind. It actually went up to like 20 something shortly after you came in, 28 or 29, but now it's down to 10. So I do need to consider my audience here. I want to do keep it interesting for my audience. So I was saying you can't just charge whatever price you want. If you're the single seller in a market, what would be? So I think an example people often point to is Rockefeller as a monopolist, but he actually didn't have 100% market share in the oil refining business. I think the most he ever had was around 90%. And eventually other competitors cut into his profits. But I'm a single seller in a market, the market for Dan Norton style live streams. No one can do that. Now, maybe he would say, well, that's not a market. A market has to be defined more broadly. So, but how exactly do you define a market? All right, I see a lot of... thanks for the share, Bree. I see some people are talking about monopolies in the chat some. People will always try to outcompete each other, says Serial. Says Cool Cat. Serial says monopolies are bad. Somebody says the U.S. has monopolies. What's an example of a monopoly in the U.S.? Well, I gave one example myself. The United States Postal Service. They have a monopoly on certain kind of mail delivery. So I wonder if the caller EUROPA would be against that. I think often people who support or they oppose monopolies, they only market monopolies, or at least what they call free market monopolies. If it's a government monopoly established by force, like the power company or some utility company or the USPS, then they're in favor of the monopoly. So what's going on there? Why are they in favor of a single seller when that seller establishes their position by coercion, by government force, but when there's a single seller in a market who has obtained their position through merits by outcompeting others, then they're opposed to that. Is it just hatred of success? Or do they think the monopolist or the single seller is going to price gouge? If they price gouge, try to jack up their prices, they run the risk of losing customers. So if McDonald's tries to, let's say McDonald's outcompetes other fast food restaurant chains, and now they jack up their prices, so they sell hamburgers for $1,000 a piece, they're going to lose all their customers, and people are going to stop going to fast food restaurants if the only fast food restaurant to go to is McDonald's, and they're going to start eating from food trucks on the side of the street or buying more food from grocery stores. But they're not going to be patronizing McDonald's. So they can't just arbitrarily jack up their prices. Now, what if someone owns all the food? So they can't go to a grocery store instead of McDonald's or a food truck instead of McDonald's. Then I think we're getting into pretty unrealistic hypothetical territory. I'm not sure if it's worth going there. Looks like the chat is slowing down. Okay, I'm thinking maybe I should end it. But first, I would like to record the chats because I like to read them later. Don't have time to read them during the live stream. So I'm going to open up Zoom so I can record it in Zoom. Oh, Zoom is already open. I just need to I need to share the screen. And then start recording. Okay, so now I'm just going to scroll through the chat as far back as I can go. And I'm scrolling through them all. I'm not sure how long this will take me. Maybe a few minutes. And if I see anything I want to comment on as I'm doing that, I will comment. I don't know if this is going to be posted on my YouTube channel later, maybe. I guess I could include it as an unlisted video, even if I don't want to make it public, just in case people want to see it. It's not necessarily good for my channel to make certain videos public. But if I publish them as unlisted rather than as public, then it's a way for people to see it if they're interested without, or at least it'll be less likely that I lose subscribers over it or something. I'm not sure when I'm going to do my next live stream. I've been doing them more often recently. Like, my last one was 2 days ago. I used to do them every 5 days, and then started doing them every 3 or 4 days, and now it's down to every 2 days, so maybe I'll do one in a couple days. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow. I'll see how I'm feeling. Still got 6 people here. Wait until the end, I guess. I'm still scrolling. I can't see the progress bar on the right, so I'm not sure how much further I need to go. Why is it showing this green box? Didn't used to do that. Oh, now I can see the progress bar. Okay, it looks like I'm about 50% scrolling through the chat. So I'll be doing this for a few more minutes. It is interesting to read through the chat later. I don't know what percentage of them I read during the live. I would guess it's under 50%. So I see a lot of new chats when I watch the recording later, and it's often interesting. What would be really nice is if someone was able to copy and paste all the chats and then just like paste them into a Google Doc and then send me a link to the Google Doc. That would be a very convenient way for me to read the chats. And then it would also have the benefit of being searchable. So if anyone wants to volunteer to do that, you can let me know. And maybe I'll give you some perk. Like I'll give you a free call if you want to do that. Or if you want me to take someone else's call, I'll take someone who you request me to have a call with as a thank you for recording the chat in a Google Doc. I tried to do that myself during the live stream, to copy and paste them into a Google Doc, but it wasn't working. It was too much of a distraction. Like I couldn't keep track of where I was in the chat when I'm going back and forth copying and pasting things. Someone said my sucking on a cough drop was ASMR. What happens after we die? Luis asks, what happens after we die? Someone asked Ayn Rand once that. Asked her that once, and she said, I assume I'll be buried. I don't think there is any afterlife. The world just continues without you. But Rand also did say, I think it might have been in a Donahue interview she did, that it's the world that ends, not her. I don't know if I can elaborate on what she was getting at there, but there's a kind of perspective on death where it's not something you ever encounter. I think Epicurus might have made this point first. When you are, death is not. And when death is, you are not. So death is never something you encounter. Okay, just got it to the chat where someone says Anthem is good. I read that one out loud a while ago. I think I'm about 75% through the chat now. By the way, I put out a video on my TikTok page. It's the last one you'll see up there. Someone asked me a couple days ago, could you give short answers for each of the positions on your backgrounds? And so I did that. If you want to see short answers, it's a 10-minute video, but I say at least something brief about each of the things on my background. Okay, I got to. Is that the end? Oh no, there's a little more. Almost at the end. Sunday night. I guess it's Monday for some of you. If you have work tomorrow, I hope you have a good work day. Some people say they hate Mondays because then they gotta go back to work. So I hope you can find a job you love so that you love going to work and are not dreading it. That's the way to, at least one way to live a happy life. Find work that you love. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to monetize. I love doing live streams and promoting Ayn Rand's ideas. And I'm making a little money on it. Little money. But I need to make a lot more before I can make it my full-time job. All right. I'm going to end it now. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for your participation, your gifts, your follows, your likes. And I'll probably see you within a few days. All right. Good night, everyone.